dan keterbatasan akses universal. Universitas Lampung memiliki peran untuk menyesuaikan keterampilan melalui Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Peningkatan kualitas pendidikan tinggi kelas dunia terus diupayakan sebagai parameter peningkatan kualitas kampus. Dalam menghadapi pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang menantang, kekuatan adalah kunci. Kolaborasi teknologi, gagasan, pengembangan sumber daya manusia memainkan peran penting dalam kemajuan peradaban dan integritas sebagai fondasi. Arah penelitian untuk memajukan ilmu pengetahuan, menyediakan solusi untuk tantangan global, dan memberikan pendidikan yang berkualitas tinggi kepada generasi mendatang. Mereka memiliki kesempatan untuk memperluas pengetahuan, mengembangkan keterampilan, dan menjalani pengalaman sosial yang mendalam.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career, as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLPA program. Thank you, Nila.
Kami menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik, berkomitmen untuk terus melayani masyarakat dan memberikan kontribusi bermakna bagi dunia.
Komitmen perguruan tinggi sebagai mitra yang berdaya bagi masyarakat. Dengan pengalaman berharga, mahasiswa dapat mengembangkan diri, memperluas wawasan, dan mempersiapkan diri untuk perjalanan yang lebih cerah di masa depan.
Kami cinta
Kuliah! Gitu.
In the midst of dynamic changes in the world, such as the emergence of new jobs, imbalances in educational content, and limited universal access, Universitas Lampung has a role in adapting skills through Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka. Improving the quality of world-class higher education continues to be pursued as a measure of improving campus quality. facing challenging questions, strength is key. Technology collaboration, ideas, human resource development play an important role in the progress of civilization and integrity as the foundation. Research direction to advance science, provide solutions to global challenges, and provide high-quality education to future generations. They have the opportunity to expand their knowledge, develop their skills, and undergo immersive social experiences.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLPA program. Thank you, Nila.
We create a better future and are dedicated to ongoing service to our community and making meaningful contributions to the world.
Commitment of universities as empowering partners for society. With valuable experience, students can develop themselves, broaden their horizons, and prepare themselves for a brighter journey in the future.
Kami cinta
Kuliah!
Di tengah perubahan dinamis dunia, seperti munculnya lapangan pekerjaan baru, ketidakseimbangan konten pendidikan, dan keterbatasan akses universal, Universitas Lampung memiliki peran untuk menyesuaikan keterampilan melalui Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Peningkatan kualitas pendidikan tinggi kelas dunia terus diupayakan sebagai parameter peningkatan kualitas kampus. Dalam menghadapi pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang menantang, kekuatan adalah kunci. Kolaborasi teknologi, gagasan, pengembangan sumber daya manusia memainkan peran penting dalam kemajuan peradaban dan integritas sebagai fondasi. penelitian untuk memajukan ilmu pengetahuan, menyediakan solusi untuk tantangan global, dan memberikan pendidikan yang berkualitas tinggi kepada generasi mendatang. Mereka memiliki kesempatan untuk memperluas pengetahuan, mengembangkan keterampilan, dan menjalani pengalaman sosial yang mendalam.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLPA program. Thank you, Nila.
Kami menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik, berkomitmen untuk terus melayani masyarakat dan memberikan kontribusi bermakna bagi dunia.
Komitmen perguruan tinggi sebagai mitra yang berdaya bagi masyarakat. Dengan pengalaman berharga, mahasiswa dapat mengembangkan diri, memperluas wawasan, dan mempersiapkan diri untuk perjalanan yang lebih cerah di masa depan.
Kami cinta
In the midst of dynamic changes in the world, such as the emergence and integrity as the foundation. Research direction to advance science, provide solutions to global challenges, and provide high-quality education to future generations. They have the opportunity to expand their knowledge, develop their skills, and undergo immersive social experiences.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLTA program. Thank you, Nila.
We create a better future and are dedicated to ongoing service to our community and making meaningful contributions to the world.
Commitment of universities as empowering partners for society. With valuable experience, students can develop themselves, broaden their horizons, and prepare themselves for a brighter journey in the future.
Kami cinta
Unida!
Di tengah perubahan dinamis dunia, seperti munculnya lapangan pekerjaan baru, ketidakseimbangan konten pendidikan, dan keterbatasan akses universal, Universitas Lampung memiliki peran untuk menyesuaikan keterampilan melalui Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Peningkatan kualitas pendidikan tinggi kelas dunia terus diupayakan sebagai parameter peningkatan kualitas kampus. Dalam menghadapi pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang menantang, kekuatan adalah kunci. Kolaborasi teknologi, gagasan, pengembangan sumber daya manusia memainkan peran penting dalam kemajuan peradaban dan integritas sebagai fondasi. Arah penelitian untuk memajukan ilmu pengetahuan, menyediakan solusi untuk tantangan global, dan memberikan pendidikan yang berkualitas tinggi kepada generasi mendatang. Mereka memiliki kesempatan untuk memperluas pengetahuan, mengembangkan keterampilan, dan menjalani pengalaman sosial yang mendalam.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLTA program. Thank you, Unila.
Kami menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik, berkomitmen untuk terus melayani masyarakat dan memberikan kontribusi bermakna bagi dunia.
Komitmen perguruan tinggi sebagai mitra yang berdaya bagi masyarakat. Dengan pengalaman berharga, mahasiswa dapat mengembangkan diri, memperluas wawasan, dan mempersiapkan diri untuk perjalanan yang lebih cerah di masa depan.
Kami cinta
Unila!
In the midst of dynamic changes in the world, such as the emergence of new jobs, imbalances in educational content, and limited universal access, Universitas Lampung has a role in adapting skills through Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka. Improving the quality of world-class higher education continues to be pursued as a measure of improving campus quality. In facing challenging questions, strength is key. Technology collaboration, ideas, human resource development play an important role in the progress of civilization and integrity as the foundation. Research direction to advance science, provide solutions to global challenges, and provide high-quality education to future generations. They have the opportunity to expand their knowledge, develop their skills, and undergo immersive social experiences.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLTA program. Thank you, Unila.
We create a better future and are dedicated to ongoing service to our community and making meaningful contributions to the world.
commitment of universities as empowering partners for society. With valuable experience, students can develop themselves, broaden their horizons, and prepare themselves for a brighter journey in the future.
Kami cinta
Unira!
Di tengah perubahan dinamis dunia, seperti munculnya lapangan pekerjaan baru, ketidakseimbangan konten pendidikan, dan keterbatasan akses universal, Universitas Lampung memiliki peran untuk menyesuaikan keterampilan melalui Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Peningkatan kualitas pendidikan tinggi kelas dunia terus diupayakan sebagai parameter peningkatan kualitas kampus. Dalam menghadapi pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang menantang, kekuatan adalah kunci. Kolaborasi teknologi, gagasan, pengembangan sumber daya manusia memainkan peran penting dalam kemajuan peradaban dan integritas sebagai fondasi. Arah penelitian untuk memajukan ilmu pengetahuan, menyediakan solusi untuk tantangan global, dan memberikan pendidikan yang berkualitas tinggi kepada generasi mendatang. Mereka memiliki kesempatan untuk memperluas pengetahuan, mengembangkan keterampilan, dan menjalani pengalaman sosial yang mendalam.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career, as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLPA program. Thank you, Unila.
Kami menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik, berkomitmen untuk terus melayani masyarakat dan memberikan kontribusi bermakna bagi dunia.
Komitmen perguruan tinggi sebagai mitra yang berdaya bagi masyarakat. Dengan pengalaman berharga, mahasiswa dapat mengembangkan diri, memperluas wawasan, dan mempersiapkan diri untuk perjalanan yang lebih cerah di masa depan. In the midst of dynamic changes in the world, such as the emergence of new jobs, imbalances in educational content, and limited universal access, Universitas Lampung has a role in adapting skills through Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka. Improving the quality of world-class higher education continues to be pursued as a measure of improving campus quality. In facing challenging questions, strength is key. Technology collaboration, ideas, human resource development play an important role in the progress of civilization and integrity as the foundation. Research direction to advance science, provide solutions to global challenges, and provide high-quality education to future generations.
Agak dekat sama begini.
Welcome, the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, University of Lampung.
Welcome as well to the keynote speakers and invited speakers.
We welcome you to with a signature Lampung Tapis. The stage is yours. Welcome to all keynote speakers.
Welcome to all keynote speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Siga Pangtendang.
Dance.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Sigap Kumaga is a symbolic expression of welcoming in Lampung tradition, better known as a Sembah dance.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable Rector, represented by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, All Management Board, University of Lampung.
All keynote and invited speakers.
Distinguished guests, presenter, participant, ladies and gentlemen.
We welcome you all to the opening event of the fifth International Conference on Applied Sciences, Mathematics, and Informatics with the theme
Harmonization and collaboration of natural sciences, physics, informatics, and material science for improvement and implementation of artificial intelligence and big data. My name is Muhammad Akwam Nugraha and my partner,
Firda Ananda Putri.
as the master ceremony, will lead the event.
The first, let us open this event by saying Basmala together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and the Unila hymn. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Himne Universitas Lampung. The audience, please have a seat.
prayer which will be delivered by Rangga Pratama. Please welcome Rangga Pratama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Auzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afin yamahu wa yukafi majidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbahi lil jalalikal azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad. In the name of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the most gracious, the most merciful. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the world, who has blessed us with knowledge and understanding. We begin this gathering in His name, seeking His guidance and wisdom in all that we do. O Allah, we ask for your blessing upon this conference, the fifth International Conference on Applied Sciences, Mathematics, and Informatics. Bless our effort to advance knowledge, understanding, and innovation in this field for the benefit of humanity. Grant us clarity of thought, sincerity of intention, and collaboration that brings about positive change. Let every idea discussion, every discovery made, and every collaboration format here be a source of gladness, progress, and harmony. O Allah, you are the source of all knowledge. Bless the speakers, participants, and organizers with patience, open mind, and productive discussion. Let this gathering be a mean to apply the sciences in ways that align with your wisdom and guidance. We ask you, O Allah, to grant success to our India force and protect us from any harm or error in pursuits. Guide us towards discoveries that not only benefit mankind, but also reflect your infinite wisdom and mercy. And finally, O Allah, make this event a beacon of knowledge where mutual respect, peace, and cooperation thrive, and where all attendants return home safely, enriched by what they have learned. Rabbi zidni ilma warzuqni fahma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbi izzati amma yasifun. Wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah warido wal inayah wal afwa minkum. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
The next agenda is report of Chairman of the Fifth ICASMI, Favorizan Royce King Lumban Raja PhD. The stage is yours.
Uh, Before I start, for guests and gentlemen are from outside of Lampung, there's a custom in Lampung. When I, as an audience, as a speaker, say "tabi pun," just say "ya pun." It means "may I speak?" And you say "yes, please." So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tabi pun, the Honorable Rector of University Lampung, represented by Vice Rector of uh, Vice Rector Academic Affairs, all vice rectors and management boards of University of Lampung, keynote speakers, invited speakers, distinguished guests, presenters, colleagues, and participants. It is great honor that I stand here in front of you as the chair of the organization committee for the International Conference of Applied Science, Mathematics, and Informatics 2024. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you as we embark on the important academic gathering. The theme for this year's conference, harmonization and collaborations of natural science, physics, informatics, and material science for the improvement and implementations of artificial intelligence and big data, reflects our collective focus on fostering interdisciplinary innovations at a circular junction in scientific and technological advancement. Our conference serves as a platform to address the convergence of these dynamic fields and their contributions of cutting-edge solutions in artificial intelligence or AI and big data. In an era where there are technologies are reshaping industries and societies, it is essential that we come together to exchange ideas, share research, and cultivate partnerships that transcend traditional disciplinary boundaries. Over these next few sessions, we are privileged to have scholars, researchers, professionals from diverse scientific domains, including applied science, mathematics, informatics, and material science. Together, we will explore how these fields can collaborate and innovate to advance AI and big data applications. This collaborative approach is necessary to not only for technical progress, but also address global challenges from healthcare to climate change and economic growth. I am pleased to report that this year's conference has attracted a wide array of submissions, with over 75 papers accepted for presentations across plenary sessions, workshops, panels, and panel discussions. These papers represent the forefront of research in data-driven technologies, algorithms, and natural science for AI and big data. Additionally, we are honored to have keynote speakers from global recognitions institutions who will be sharing insights into the latest trends in their work and also AI and big data applications as we else in several societies impacts. Their contributions are critical in guiding us towards understanding how best implemented in the technology as efficient and effectively. As we proceed with these sessions, I encourage each of you to engage actively, foster new collaborations, and think beyond your areas of expertise to see how collective knowledge can drive innovations. Finally, I extend my deepest gratitude to the organization's committee, reviewers, sponsors, and volunteers who have worked tirelessly to make this conference a success. I wish everyone an intellectual, stimulating, and enriched experience. Thank you, and let us make ICASMI 2024 a milestone event for interdisciplinary collaborations. Good morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lumban Raja PhD.
Welcome speech from the Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, Dr. Engineering Heri Satria. The stage is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Abik-pun, the Honorable Rector of University of Lampung, as representative of Vice Rector of Academic, and the Honorable Vice Rector and Management Board of University of Lampung, mm, uh, especially all of the dean that attending this event this morning, and then the Honorable our keynote speaker that has already run of us this morning and also offlinely and onlinely, and then all of our invited speaker and distinguished guests, presenter, colleagues, and participants. It is my great honor to welcome all of you in the fifth International Conference of Applied Sciences, Mathematics, and Informatics. We call ICASMI 2024. And today we gather under the theme of harmonization and collaboration of natural sciences, physical, informatic and material sciences for the improvement and implementation of artificial intelligence and big data. As we embark on this journey and interdisciplinary collaboration, we recognize the transformative potential of harmonizing our scientific uh, endeavor and the integration of natural sciences, physics, informatics, and material science is not merely only a theoretical exercise, but a practical necessity in the era of artificial intelligence and big data. By fostering harmonization and collaboration, we aim to bridge the gap between the theoretical knowledge and practical implementation, driving innovation and advancing our understanding of complex systems. This conference bring together a diverse group of leading academic, researchers, and professionals from around the globe. We are privileged to have distinguished keynote speaker who will share their insight and the latest trend of the challenges in our field. Through expert panel discussion, research presentation, and interactive question and answer session, we will delve into the intricacies of the AI and big data, exploring innovative solution and forging meaningful connecting within the scientific community. In addition to the conference held today, in the series of the activity of the fifth ICASMI 2024, there is also competency certification program in the field of chemistry, which was held on 10 to 12 October 2024. Last, not Last but not least, one-day trip to Pahawang Island will also be held tomorrow. The Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, University of Lampung, is committed to nurturing a culture of interdisciplinary research and development. We believe that the harmonization of our scientific endeavors is essential for addressing the complex societal issue and problem of uh, our time. Our event is designed to foster combined intelligent integrating physics, chemistry, biology, and environmental science and material engineering to equip our all of the presenter and participant with the skill necessary to tackle these challenges. I would like to kindly invite our rector of University of Lampung as this time representative by Vice Dean of the Academic, Professor Dr. Engineering Suripto Dwi Iwono MT, to present a remark and officially open the ICASMI 2024. So I extend my gratitude to the organized speaker and participant for their dedication and enthusiasm. Together, let us harness the power of collaboration to drive progress in our field and contribute to significant growth uh, of interdisciplinary research and development. In this time, I would like also say big thank to our sponsor, PT Wiralab Analitika Solusindo. Your support has been instrumental in making this event a great success. Thank you for PT Wiralab Analytical Solusindo for your generosity and commitment. Your belief in our mission has allowed us to create an rising experience and for all of the attendees. We appreciate your investment and in this conference. We look forward to future collaboration and continuing to work together to achieve common goals. Once again, thanks for being an integral partner of the success of the fifth HASME 2024. Thank you, and I wish you all productive and stimulating conference ahead and enjoy this meeting. Thank you very much. Good morning. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Engineering Heri Satria.
Opening remarks from Rector University of Lampung that will be delivered by Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. Suripto Dwiyono. The stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tadi pun, the Honorable, the All of Dean, Director of the Postgraduate of Universitas Lampung, keynote speaker, invited speaker, distinguished guests, presenters, kolega, and participant. I am representative rector, vice rector, academic, Universitas Lampung. This morning, welcome all of you to the International Conference on Applied Science, Mathematics, and Informatics 2024. It is a great honor for Universitas Lampung to host this prestigious conference, which bring together experts, researchers, professionals from around on the world. As the Universitas Lampung, I am pleasure to open this important event where we will into the critical theme, harmonization and collaboration of natural physics, informatics, and material science for the improvement and implementation of artificial intelligence and big data. This theme could not be more relevant as we stand at the crossroad of rapid technological advance. Artificial intelligence and big data have emerged as transformative force reshaping our world Their application cross-sector, enhancing healthcare, optimizing industrial process, improving agriculture practice, and driving sustainable solution. However, to fully realize the potential, we must draw from a broad range of disciplines. This harmonization and collaboration between natural, physics, informatics, and material science are not only desirable but necessary. This conference represents an exceptional platform for foresting interdisciplinary dialogue and research. It is collaboration that we can push the boundary of knowledge and innovation, solving complex problems that one field alone cannot address. It. The synergy of this scientific domain, as we will explore in the conference, is essential for developing in all systems, advanced data analytic, and innovative material that will shape the future of society. Over the coming session, we will witness and diverse array of the presentations, keynote speaker, and discussion, workshop, showcasing, breaking research for around the globe. I encourage each of you to uh, actively participate, share your insight, and magnificent in dialogue. It is this exchange we can build partnership, inspire new idea, and strengthen our collective capacity to the full potential of EA and big data. As we officially open ICASMI 2024, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to organization committee, our keynote speakers, sponsor, and participants for their dedication and contribution to making this event possible. To our international guests, welcome to Universitas Lampung, and I hope you experience her will be both intellectually rewarding and personally memorable. With that, I officially declare the International Conference on Applied Science, Mathematics, and Informatics, ICASMI 2024, open. Thank you, and I wish everyone a success conference ahead. Good morning. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Professor Yuono, Vice Rector for Academics for kindly reminding a place. Then I invited the Dean and the Committee Chairman to accompany the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs to beat the gong as a symbol that the conference is officially open.
Satu. Oh iya, para dekan. Pak, dekan masuk dekan. Ketua lembaga.
I invite all of the dean and representative dean and also the head of the research center and community services. I'm forget to call in my speech, so sorry, to join us in the podium. Thank you.
Kalau gitu langsung 5 ini. Berubah jadi.
Next, I invited all the representative of keynote speaker and invite the speaker to join Dr. Neni Sintawardani and Dr. Richard Stephen Moore to join the stage to be presented with a souvenir. And then Professor Wamilena, PhD, please come to the stage.
Kayaknya kalau udah semua baru kita give dan propang itu. Satu, dua, tiga.
Give a big round of applause.
Then follow our photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, please stay here and take a photo session. Thank you very much to the Dean, the Vice Rector, all keynote and invited speakers.
Iya, iya. Yes.
The last agenda is the closing. Let us close this event by saying the lafaz Hamdallah. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the opening ceremony with ICASMI.
We are, as the master of ceremony, the event would like to say thank you for your attention.
Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Next on the agenda is a coffee break. We would like to inform you that refreshments we are served outside this room. Please enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take the food outside this room. Please enjoy. And don't forget to back to this stage until 9:15. Thank you. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. All the participants must be come to this stage main room. Thank you.
Masuk aja.
Welcome back to the main conference room. The next agenda is the scientific panel session. The first final session will be chaired by Professor Dr. Sutopo Hadi. For Professor Dr. Sutopo Hadi, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Tabi pun. It is a great honor for me to chair this great session this morning. This morning, for the keynote speakers, we have three great speakers. However, the main research is different from one to another. So therefore, I think it will be better later on if one by one keynote speaker give the presentation for about 30 minutes and then followed by question and answer in order to maximize the possible collaboration that will be happening in the future. Is it all right, Ibu-Ibu? Okay, thank you. So for the first one, the speaker will be Dr. Renat Insinyur Neni Sintawardani. She is a great researcher from National Research and Innovation Agency, especially in environmental and clean technology, Bandung, Bu ya. Okay, let me read out shortly, briefly the CV of her CV. She graduated doctoral from Universitas Hohenheim, Stuttgart, Germany. She has worked in Brin from maybe 1990 something, Bu ya. Oh, from LIPI. Oh, sorry, it was LIPI before. Okay, thank you, Bu Neni. And then now, Bu Neni is a full professor in National Research and Innovation Agency. They call it ahli peneliti utama, ya. So in universitas it is similar to professor. So to save the time, now time is used, Bu Neni, to give presentation about 30 minutes. And audience, please, we have looked the presentation and have some question later on afterward. Thank you, Bu Neni. Time is used. I will move back forward, Bu Neni, to see your presentation as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Bapak Moderator. Okay. Oh, it's okay. Ya, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun. Thank you. It's an honor that I could here in front of you, and I want to share some things from my experience with you all about environmental things in connection maybe with your field. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Next. So my topic is actually more about environment for our well-being. Actually, there's a connection about this. And what is the relation with MIPA, with natural sciences and maths, and now with informatics and so on. So I try to make a connection with it. Have you? Sorry, that's. So if we talk about environment, as we know, maybe we are thinking more about the material, about the situation in our 3-dimension here living on Earth. Yeah, about air, about water, about Earth. Yeah, but when we talking about well-being, this is when this is material things, we talk about the welfare. But well-being is more than that. It is about the feeling, the good feeling. Yeah. I don't know. That's still have a problem here. Okay, next please. Next please. Just your because this is PDF. Yeah. Okay. So here, when we okay, it's useless using this. So when we talk about environment quality, we talking about air health, soil health, water health, biodiversity, and climate stability. Yeah. And then when we're talking about social welfare, that actually it is more for social well-being, we think about the health, benefits to the health. What is? About economic stability, about community resilience, and the quality of life. That's our dream, to have a good quality of life for everything we are doing or we have done. Yeah. So what is the connection between the two important things, the material things and the feeling things? So here, when we can reduce all the pollution from air, soil, water, and we can make improving in biodiversity, and we can achieve the clean green spaces, and we get the benefits on our health, and the economic will be stable when we have a sustainable practices in all to keep reducing all the pollution and so on. And we can strengthening our community to be more resilient, and we can achieve the good quality of life. Of course, to have a good well-being, we should improve our mental and physical well-being. We have to make a better climate impact resilience. And for the economic, of course, we can boost the local economies. We can boost job creation among us. Yeah? And for the health, we can lower the health risk, lower the health care costs, and so on. So when all the costs will be lower, reduced, we can spend more for our well-being. Yeah. Okay, next, please. So, what is the role of maths and natural sciences, and now plus the informatics science? Yeah. So for mathematical models, we can make some predictive models, of course. And for optimization, of course, there is other topics for the maths and informatics too, in the those two topics. Yeah. For the natural science perspectives, we can talk about the ecology, about the biodiversity, about the climate change. Yeah. Next, please. So here's it's only some idea that maybe you can digging more, and it could be as your next topics for the students maybe, and it could be for our collaboration for the teacher, the lecturers. Yeah. Here the mathematics, okay, discusses for the models. Of course, this is everything. I have to talking a bit about this again. And the optimization for the use examples of optimization models to improve resource allocation for environmental project, for example, and so on. For chemistry, there is some point that we can take some new information maybe. So about air and water quality. So it could explain how chemical analysis is used to monitor pollutants in air and water, ensuring healthier environment. So it can be in collaboration with from the atmospheric. I don't know, here in Unila maybe there's no, but I had in ITERA, for example, they have that atmospheric department. For the waste management, discuss about how chemical processes can convert waste into useful product or energy, and that's about renewable energy. For the biology, this is ecosystem services. So explain how biological studies help in understanding ecosystem. Yeah. And in conservation, of course, there's a critical role for the biologist. Yeah. And then for human health, there's the beginning biology and human health, telling the impact of environmental quality on human health. Yeah. So physics. So sometimes the people, the student from physics, oh, what can I do as a physicist? So you can have important role here, but climate science. So describe how physical principles are used to model climate system and predict change. It must be in collaboration, of course, with the maths, maybe. For energy efficiency, so talking about the role of physics in developing energy efficient technology, such solar panel. So it's the material sciences will be in it. Yeah, about wind turbines, maybe not for Lampung, but solar panel, it's still very viable. Yeah. For environmental monitoring, highlight how physics-based tools like satellite imaging and remote sensing are used to monitor ecological change. So that's part. Next, please. So let's dive to the situation in your environment in Lampung province. So you can see this Lampung province is known for its diverse agricultural base, with some of it is large scale production in remote area, in a very large, huge area, and so on. And you have to understand it from the Dutch time until now. Actually, Lampung is the very famous as the source of export commodities. Yeah. So here is some commodities: pepper, rubber, and coffee. As you can see here, for example, pepper is more in the middle and north. Here, the rubber is about the same, but it's more to the east side. And here, coffee is mostly in the Bukit Barisan. Yeah, you can see here. What is the important commodities? So I tried to find it. There is more than 11, of course. But here you can see from 11 of this is about coffee, rice, corn, tapioca or cassava, sugar cane, and the fruit. This is there's no exact data about this. I cannot find it in the short time. But I know that this banana is very famous here. And the pineapple, that's great giant pineapple is the biggest, yeah. Rubber, palm oil, coconut, sisal, this is even sisal from here, and wood and timber. This is huge, that I don't have the data. The challenge of this kind of commodity It's the wide and remote area. Yeah, it means transportation cost. The large land area, it means it's huge water and land consumption. And for the workers, it's need workers, but it is very remote, so that's problem. And processed farm products versus it's need water, and it can discharge waste and wastewater, and it's need a huge amount of energy. So, and some of the commodities are export-oriented commodities. It means the challenge is about continuity, eco or green label product, and stability. So, can you imagine that? That's so much topics in it. Go on, please. Okay, so now I want to talk about water availability and the energy accessibility versus the wastewater discharge, the reuse byproducts, the recycling of the byproducts, and the energy source availability, please. So here's I like this. I want to tell a story. This is from cafe cherry to a cup of coffee, a full journey. That's not a romance, yeah. But you can see here. This is about the fate of a cherry coffee. How can you have a green coffee bean here? You can see here. You need water, and it's a lot of water. 4 tons of coffee cherry here. It must be the pulping, and it's produced pulp. You know that the pulp, the characteristic of this pulp is it's very easy to degrade to acidic things, yeah, and produce a lot of bad smell. And the husk, but you can use it. The husk is easy to be dried. It could be used for biopellet, for energy. The pulp is very easy to degrade. It is biodegradable things. It could be liquefied for the other products, acidic product. And the wastewater itself is rich in organic matter. So what you can do with this? So the pulp, you can compost it, you can feed it for animal feed after fermentation, and you can use it after liquefaction for biogas. It's produce energy. Yeah. The wastewater itself is not very high contaminated, so it could be for irrigation. It could be for algae cultivation, and the algae you can use it for food supplement or pharmaceutical things or as a biofuel. And the coffee bean itself, it will be roasted. It will need energy, yeah, for the roasting, and you can have a good cup of coffee. Here is robusta, isn't it? But from the coffee, you can produce coffee ground. In Bandung area, for example, in every cafe, every people you can take the coffee ground from the pressing of the coffee for free. And I have tried it at my home, of course. It is a good material. It is a high humidity and have I think it have good characterization from the absorption things and good for compost. Yeah. So that is some topics you can develop. Next, please. So this is, we can talk about the renewable energy as a part of the energy mix. As you know, there's our energy demand is very high. Energy consumption is higher than. So we should have the other source of energy, not only for fossil fuel. Of course, 90% now still from fossil fuel. So what we can do from the agricultural waste, it is a good source for the bioenergy. Yeah. Next, please. So let's dive again to the commodities. This is the potential energy from waste, from cafe. So you can see the cafe husk and pulp can be used to produce biochar, biopellets, and biogas after liquefaction, yeah, which can generate renewable energy. From rice, this is the rice husk, and even the, what you call it, Ibu Rini? Jerami. So, jerami, you can make a silase process and use it for feed, for example. And from corn or maize, this is with co-digest to biogas. And the corn stalk, actually, that's the good one for feed. I just heard from the people from animal husbandry. Yeah. And from cassava, this is the wastewater for biogas. The start, of course, for ethanol and for other products. But the rest is for biogas. The sugar cane, the molasses is for ethanol. The bagas is for a briquette or pellets. And one sugar cane here in Lampung, the Gulaku, I've been there. They use everything. This is zero waste, and they use their energy from their waste, and they exported the ethanol from the waste. So the main production is sugar, but they get more money from the other. Yeah. The fruits. So, for example, the pineapple, wastewater, and the rest of the solid waste, it could be for co-digestion, biogas. The rubber, wastewater for biogas, because the pH is very low and so on, but still have high organic loading. Palm oil, POME, everybody knows POME for biogas. The empty fruit glands, the husks, the fiber, it could be for briquette. And coconut, wastewater for biogas. Yeah, next please. So now it's my field. So I want to share about my anaerobic process experiences. Next, please. So here's the anaerobic process. Everybody already knows, especially from people from biology and so on. But you can see here the main process. This is it is very important for the people from chemistry, from biology, from physics even. Yeah, you can see here 4 important process. The first process, hydrolyze. From every biomass, it should be hydrolyzed, cutting the what is the kettle? Rantai panjang, the chains. Yeah, the long chain. Okay. And then after hydrolysis, it will be made by some bacteria and maybe yeast and fungi. It will be acidogenesis process. Yeah. This is a fermentation, dark fermentation normally. So the very long will get hydrolyzed and then acidogenized. This is cutting more, but still in long ring, a long chain. Yeah. And then come the special bacteria. That is the acidogenesis. That will ferment it, the volatile fatty acid to acidic acid, well, acetic acid, especially, yeah, C2, and H2, hydrogen, and CO2. Now the people thinking about the fuel cell technology, for example, they're fairly serious to think about how to produce the hydrogen only, because the fuel cell need hydrogen. So that will be the future. Yeah, if you have seen the film of Back to the Future, I don't know, that's the old film, yeah. But you know that, so that's the thinking about using fuel cell. How hydrogen from biomass can be used for the energy, yeah. And the last, the very important microbes here is the methanogenic bacteria. It will produce methane, of course, with CO2. Yeah. And the production of methane, it can be from the acetic acid part, and it could be from the hydrogen part. Yeah. This is the important steps of anaerobic process. But when we think about the technical things, about the engineering, so we have to think about how to boost the anaerobic digestion performance. We have to consider about the optimizing the feedstock. For example, the substrate. We have to use a balanced mix of organic material to ensure the steady supply of nutrients. And the things, when we have a huge amount of biomass, we should think about the process. It must be continuously or semi-continuously. It's not the batch. In the lab, normally we use the batch, but for a long time, we cannot use that. Yeah. So temperature control, it must be maintained in optimal temperature. But sometimes we think, oh, it must be in natural, is in ambient temperature. No, the best actually is the thermophilic. So for example, from pomade, it's come from the factories in 60 degrees Celsius, for example. Can we use it directly to the reactor? Yes, we should make it. We should select the microbe that we want to use for the thermophilic. Yeah, that is to boost the production of biogas. The pH balance, for example, normally we neutralize that. But for in my experiments, if we use a certain reactor design, we don't need any neutralization. Yeah. Hydraulic retention time. So how can we have a short hydraulic retention time to decrease the cost, of course, yeah? And bio augmentation. This is very interesting now. Introduce specialized microorganisms to enhance biogas production. So that's what I have in my experience. How can I how can I put the consortia of anaerobic microbes to in their specialized groups? So I can enhance everything, and I can make it more, they can work more harder and with high performance. Yeah. So using pre-treatment, for example, yes, now it's very important and very in mainstream to have a pre-treatment of all the biomass. So we, for biogas, for example, we don't depend only on the wastewater, but we can use the solid water, solid things. So biomass using the pre-treatment, using hydrothermal, for example. Yeah. Encodigest, combine different types of organic waste to improve the biogas yield. So choosing the right bioprocess technology, it could achieve the maximum and sustainable biogas yield. So for reactor designing, this is important. How can we retain the microbes as long as possible? Because the biogas anaerobic microbes normally need a long time to duplicate. Yeah. So we can use for retaining the microbes, we can immobilize the microbes using some special reactor design. We can recycle or recirculate the biomass back to the process. And we can attach the bacteria in some materials. This is very important to develop a good material. Yeah. So we can use the right reactor design. We can make the pre-treatment using hydrothermal, for example, and we can use the co-digest. Now for the huge plan of anaerobic process, maybe for electrify the whole city, for example, we use the co-digest process. Next, please. So here, some biomass. This is using palm oil, or livestock manure here, or wastewater from other uh, food industry like starch industry, cassava, and tofu, for example. We can use the anaerobic plant to produce the biogas. And the biogas we can use directly for boiler, the heat, the steam, the hot for the process of for the factories. For example, this is when we talk about the factories. And the biogas, we can upgrade the biogas for pressurized biogas and high quality as biogas, 99% of methane as biomethane. And we can export it, import it, or we can transport it to the others. And then we can use it as the fuel for trucks, for example, directly using the pressurized biogas. And the others, of course, we can use directly to the gas engine for electricity. Next, please. So here's that we have already implemented in Sumedang. If you need, you can see some video in the link I can give you later on. So here, an anaerobic plant for tofu wastewater. That is tofu wastewater. The tofu way is very famous. This is very highly contaminated organic material with the pH 4 until 5. So, and normally it's because it is easy to degrade, it's produced that bad smell in the area of tofu makers.
I'm so sorry, Bu Neni. 2 minutes left, Bu Neni.
Oh, okay, okay.
Sorry,
So,
Bu.
yeah, the anaerobic plant is the anaerobic 6-stage upflow fixed bed reactor. So I use the bio augmentation here, 6 stages, because to make specializing the bacteria is depend on the flow of the waste and the degradation of the waste. Here, from 9 factories, all the tofu waste will be here and up in the anaerobic plant, and the biogas will be distributed to the people here, the local community, for 90 households for their cooking. Next, please. Yeah, here is a good example that I have said before. This is the SN group in Kalimantan Barat. They use everything for their palm oil to produce energy for themselves, include the energy for their trucks, transportation. Yeah, and they have now there has a kelebihan, what you call it in bahasa Inggris, kelebihan?
Advantage.
No, I mean there's more energy produced than they needed. Yeah, this is oversupply. Yeah, okay. Next, please. So this is some shortly what you have to think about the technology and the well-being. That's next, please. So we need to think about valorization first, then the energy at the end. Next, please. So here's about valorization from tofu. There's a lot of things that we can produce more valuable materials before we have the biogas. Next, please. Yeah, this is the magic of turning waste into energy. Environmental benefits, economic benefits, and energy benefits. And we want to have a well-being community using this. Next, please. So this is homework for you all. What you can do, what kind of topic you can have from my experience using the anaerobic. Yeah, this is from every jurusan. Enjoy yourself. Thank you.
Thank you,
Assalamualaikum
Dr.
warahmatullahi
Neni Sendimardane, for a very great and inspiring presentation. We have actually only 2 minutes left. So one question, please. Actually, I want to summarize the time is so limited. Okay, one question. Oh, Pak Dekan. Okay, Pak Dekan.
Anyone can give the question beside me? It's okay? Okay, thank you. So sorry. So I think thank you for the nice presentation, and then it is really connected with our faculty. And then I know Ibu Rini know our faculty well because of yes, yes. So because of you leave the homework for us. That is we are conscious of the mathematics and also physics, chemistry, and then also biology. And we still have one department, computer sciences, that will wrapping up all of the homework that you give to us. I am very interested in what is biogas, for example, because of, in my opinion, there are many resources in Lampung province also, and then we actually have good practices from the one of the company in our province. But I think because of in this conference, there are many students and also many lecturers also for our future project, for example, how we can combine between sciences and also what is, I mean, the what is, uh, because sometimes as a scientist we thinking in the small scales, but our country need in the big scale, so connected with the small scale and big scale, how we overcome this problem in I think Bu Neni have many experiences to connect it, the science and also the application. I mean, like that. Yeah. Thank you.
So I still have half minute time. Okay, thank you.
Just continue.
Yeah. So I think the best things is see around and try to find the problems. Just make a map of this and then try to implement appropriate technology. So using the appropriate technology, you can make it or you can have some research more deeper that will be maybe more basic. It could be for the journal Q1, Q2. It's okay. But you can still keep your appropriate technology. So using this, you have to be in interdisciplinary approach. So don't do it by yourself. So chemistry, okay, I can do that. I can. No, no. Please, in interdisciplinary approach with the others and with your colleagues, and find some applicable solution. It's not. I think it's not very difficult, but it's need the bravery to do that. Because maybe some people say, "Oh no, you don't have to do that. Oh no, no, not a lot." And so, no, please do it, and then try to find from this a model. And then using this, you can try to scale it up. Don't worry, just do it. You're welcome.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Neni Sindawardani. It is very great lecture where environmental for well-being is so important, and as Lampong is the main producer for many agricultural products, and it will be useful, I think, with the program that you have in Brin Sumedang. Hopefully, later on in the future, the faculty can work with you, Bu Neni, with your guidance, and we will be able to maximize the use of the waste product in Lampung Province. Once again, let's give a big applause to Ibu Neni Sindawardani for her great talk. Belum ya? Oh, belum. Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Bu Neni. Okay. Ya, enggak, Bu. Okay. Now the next speaker will be Professor Wamiliana. Professor Wamiliana currently is professor in the mathematics, Department of Mathematics, University of Lampung. She graduated from Curtin University of Technology in 2023. Now, her main interest is about the network design and graph enumeration. Bu Amil, without delaying the time issues and state issues now. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tabi pun. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I step down? I'm a bit afraid to. Okay. In this occasion, I want to talk about something is well related with the math, but applicable math. Yeah, it's not really math like a lot of equation, but this is applicable of mathematics. With this, the role of spanning tree in the network design problem.
It doesn't work.
Doesn't work. Is it?
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
The light is so bright, so it
doesn't work.
It would be green. It would have green one. Right. Yeah. It is too bright that one. So still. Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay, no worries. Just yeah.
Next.
The PowerPoint.
Okay. Well, open network. I think everybody here, we see network every day, everywhere, including today. When we come here, yeah, we go to the road, and that is a transportation network. Even in ourselves, we have also network in ourselves. It is the neural network here, yeah. So network is ubiquitous, is everywhere. Next. Oh, bisa ya? Oh, okay. So network is a system or structure made up of interconnected components or entities that communicate and exchange data, resource, or services. Sini aja lah, sorry. Okay, well, yeah, the key element of a network is a node. Node, this can represent the building, city, or airport, or computer, whatever, yeah. And edges or links, it is the interconnection between nodes that allow communication or interaction. Here, for example, the link is the road, cable, or the flight road, or everything. And others are rule governing communication within the network. Well, let's see. In general, the network can be viewed as any arrangement of connected elements that work together to perform certain function to achieve a common goal. Well, here there are some example of networks. Computer network here, yeah. And telecommunication network, social network. This one, I think, is the most popular for us. And for everyone in this room, I think, use social network. Yeah, without we realize we use it. For example, what? Facebook, what is that? Instagram, whatever. That is also Twitter. All are social network. Transportation network, we use it every day. Yeah, and power energy network. Well, we use the power. The water from the PDAM. What is PDAM? The water supply company. Yeah, and then energy network (PLN), biological network, which is a system here. We have here neural network, the cell, neuron, or ecosystem, and others. Many, a lot of network in our life. Next is here, for example, yeah. This one is a bit, interesting, biological network. I take it from the, what we say, the internet. This is the picture of how they generate the network of the COVID-19 disease. It look like a spanning tree. Well, why I interested in that? Because I'm a recover from the COVID-19. Yeah. Here some example of networks. Alumni. What is spanning tree then? We know what is a network. So what is a spanning tree? Well, the spanning tree is a subgraph, yeah? A subgraph or connected, undirected, that include all vertices and with the minimum possible number of edges. Let me give you an example. Here, for example, we have 14 buildings, yeah? And there are 33 pipe segments connecting them. Now, what is the spanning tree of that? This is the spanning tree. Let's see. There, the building, there are still 14 buildings over there. But the number of the pipe segments reduced. Only 13 pipe segments. It means if we build a network, then the cost is a lot cheaper. Let's see. Nggak jalan. solution that eliminate or avoid the tour, the cycle. And the third, the last one is the 0-1 constraint, which is for the SS must be in or out on in the tray. Well, let's see. This is the simple one. Many people use this as the backbone in the problem. Now, there are three famous algorithms. Maybe you already know the computer scientist or mathematician here, Borovka, Prim, and Kruskal. Well, the complexity is the big O of n log E and n log n. Yeah. Next. The next one is bounded diameter minimum spanning tree, BDMST, is similar with the MST. We only adding one more constraint here, number 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4, the Yij is less than D. What is mean? It is the number of edge segment on the path is less than D. Yeah. Application is the telecommunication network. Here, we're ensuring all nodes are connected with minimal cost. We're keeping the maximum number of hoops between any two nodes small for performance reason. Yeah, here. For example, we want to go from one location to another location, but we cannot more go from, maybe only maximum 3 road. Yeah. Then the diameter is only 3. And here, for example, yeah, the challenge NP hardness. It means NP hard means difficult because there is no polynomial time algorithm to solve it. Then let's see here, what we say, moderately investigated. It means this problem not really highly investigated. Next. Steiner tree. Well, Steiner tree is kind of problem that highly investigated. It's not really the spanning tree because we allow one point or one location to be included in the spanning tree to make it what we say cheaper cost. Yeah, and here the application is for the very large scale design. Yeah, integrated usually for designing electronic chip design. Yeah. The challenges, well, this is also NP hard. It means it's hard. Let's see. And because it's NP hard, many researchers are also looking for the heuristic. It's not for the exact algorithm. Because for the exact algorithm, it's okay if the problem seems simple, only small problem. But if the problem already big, for example, 100 nodes, maybe it take a long time. It's happened for me and my friend at the time when we do the problem in our doctoral degree, only 7 nodes to solve the what we say at that time. We solve the problem of I forgot the name. Well, we take about 1 week. We solve it using the branch and bound, still working, and is already arrived almost 72,000 node, and still then we don't get the solution. And finally, we kill it. Running for 1 week and we didn't get the solution. That's why for problem, NP hardness problem, many researchers like to do it with heuristic. Therefore, maybe some of you already know what is GA, N colony optimization, or taboo search, or particle swarm optimization. There are some heuristic that develop now to solve that kind of problems. Next, the Steiner tree. Now it's harder than the Steiner tree. This is the price collecting Steiner tree. Because what? What is the difference between Steiner tree with the price collecting? The price collecting, this also impose the price of every node. And also they have a penalty if that not, if the condition is not satisfied. Therefore, even though this problem is hard, that highly investigated. Which this mean many researchers do this problem. Okay, and this usually the application is the network routing and logistic. Yeah, is okay. Next, here is the KMST problem. This one is moderately investigated, but still is also NP hard. This problem usually happen in the network design and supply chain logistic. Yeah. Oh yeah, our problem is about supply chain at the time. Our lecturer give us about the supply chain. Now, let's see. Next, capacitated minimum spanning tree is also highly investigated. Now, the challenge of this, what we have, because this problem is kind of harder than the previous one. People usually have to use the computer with the what we say big big capacity, yeah. And application is the supply chain and distribution networks and telecommunication. Next, quadratic. Well, this one is the different with the others because this one using the quadratic, which mean between the edges, yeah, the edges is connecting of the spanning. I mean, the edges in the spanning tree, they have also what is the number of value between the pair uh, of the edges on the spanning tree, and this one usually apply on the supply chain and distribution network also, and also in the telecommunication. And here, solving quadratic minimum span tree is challenging, a lot challenging, and because what? It's not nonlinear objective function, and NP hard, and also need count the pairwise interaction. This one is the most difficult, yeah. And this is not really highly, but moderately investigated. Next. Minimum routing cost spanning tree. Well, this problem is a problem that taken by one of my, our doctoral student degree. Doctoral student taking this subject for his dissertation. Until now, we only get two, yeah, if not wrong, two. Pakmal, there are two results, but we're still looking for that. Is the hardest of this problem is how to to design the algorithm so that trade off between the traffic and the frequency use of the edges. Let's see. And also, this is also application in logistic and supply chain network and telecommunication. Next. Here, degree constraint minimum spanning tree. Well, this is my subject. I got my doctoral degree due to this problem. Yeah. This one, for example, we want to, design a network. But our network, the connection, it restricted when the point in interconnection is restricted on the certain number. And here, the application is the power grid, and this is highly investigated. When I did this problem, I do it with a tabu cert, but some people also do it already with the GA, already do it the GA, and greedy is already, many already dead. And the problem with this, yeah, never do with the machine learning. Later on. Next. Multi-period degree constraint minimum spanning tree. This is also our, our research. This is on progress. This is, for example, in Indonesia, in Indonesia, when we do we build something, but we want to build a network, but our network, we have the constraint due to what? Money, the fund. The fund only can be given, for example, 2 or 3 times in order to finish. Yeah, that's why we have the multi-period. So on the first period, for example, we want to make a water supply network that connect, for example, 100 building. But we only have 3 states to do that. And we have already one center. For example, the reservoir is already there. We need 99 more buildings to be connected. That's why we have to make sure how to connect the 99 building with the cheapest cost. But the other make it harder what? Some of the building that must be connected also have to be connected in a certain period. For example, hospital or fire, hospital or government building must be installed on the first period. So, however costly, we have to do that. That's why to do that, make the network, installing the network is a little bit a challenge here. Yeah. Now, next. Here, almost finished. The spanning tree-based network design problem share the following core attribute. What? The first is focus on connectivity. Because there is no network, there is no connection, yeah. Network must be connected, yeah. And then cost minimization. We want to build the network with the cost as minimum as possible, making them efficient for infrastructure design. And the third one, involve global optimization challenges, requiring trade-off between local and global costs. Sometimes often with practical constraints at capacity, traffic, or node importance. Yeah, we must put hospital first or so whatsoever. Next, yeah, widely applicable to real-world networks, ranging from telecommunication, transportation, power grid, and logistics. Yeah, and many of these problems NP hard. That's the problem, NP hard. It means if you see the NP hard, that means hard. It's not easy. Yeah. Also, we had to require sophisticated algorithm and heuristic. Due to NP hardness, most proposed algorithms are heuristic, not exact, including greedy, genetic, and colony, and so on here. So let's see the next. Next. Here, what is the trend lately? Yeah, we know that lately, machine learning is trend. Yeah, everywhere people use machine learning. Yeah, the use of machine learning and deep learning. To be honest, network design there are some researchers already started using the machine learning and deep learning on their research. Yeah. And here to be stated some problem like capacitated minimum spanning tree and stained tree problem. There are already some researchers doing that using the machine learning, even though the result is not really really make us like wow, but there are still any improvement. Yeah. This interest stems from the ability of machine learning model, particularly deep learning, yeah, to learn from data and generalize over compact patterns. Because the data, when we do the deep learning, machine learning, we give the data and train them, yeah, and then after that testing with the other data. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Here some remarks here regarding using machine learning. What we can do we can do the learning-based approach for combinatorial optimization. Combinatorial optimization, to be honest, is the hardest of the combinatorial optimization is, this is the discrete. The solution must be integer. It's different with the global optimization when the value can take the real numbers, the continue. But for the combinatorial optimization, the solution must be discrete. So the first using the reinforcement learning here, and then policy gradient method, and then neural combination optimization. We can do that. And also next, here, because most of the problem in the network design is really intercorrelated with the graph theory. Therefore, using the graph neural network also can be advantage for us. However, we have to really make sure what, because the specific concept also applied here. Because here, for graph neural network here, I think is when you're interested in the designing network, this can be used for that. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. And I think it's the last one. One more. Yeah. This is the last one. Challenges in using machine learning and deep learning on network design problem here. What? There are three issues. The first is scalability. What does it mean that neural network must generalize well to larger instances and then those seen in training. What is that? We have to take the data. Yeah, the data, we train the data and then we expose them with the testing data. Now, the problem with the network design problem, usually with the traditional approach, they're just looking for the optimal solution. Now with the machine learning, they are training with the data on it's not good, it's not that. Yeah, they have to combine or make the hybrid between the machine learning and the traditional approach. And second is exactness. Machine learning based approach typically produce approximation. Yeah. So they may not always yield optimal solution. Well, exactly this is like heuristic. Heuristic also is not getting we are not guaranteed to get the optimal solution. Within the heuristic, we only can get nearly optimal, or if you are lucky, you can get optimal. But optimal solution is really, for the big problem, 100 or 1,000 or more than that, heuristic is okay rather than using the exact method. And then the last one is the interpretability. Neural network may lack the interpretability of traditional algorithm, making it harder to guarantee certain solution property like feasibility. Yeah, that is the problem that we maybe face when you using the machine learning for designing the algorithm for network design problem. Okay, that's it. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Prof. Meli, for exactly 30 minutes use the time. We still have 5 minutes for question and answer. As Prof. Meli explained, network is so important where everywhere in daily life, network is used. So now, please, if any question, raise your hand. Okay. Please mention your name and where you're from. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
My name is Rafika Syarifah from University of Lampung. Thank you, Ibu, for your presentation. I get a lot knowledge from it. My question is there a best algorithm to determine the minimum spanning tree, or for certain case, how to determine the best algorithm? Thank you, Ibu.
Okay, thank you. For minimum spanning tree, you mean? Minimum spanning tree. Well, for the minimum spanning tree, we already know there are 3 algorithms that you can use it. Borovka, this is the one, the first one. The Borovka what we say, proposed the first one algorithm for solving MST when he designed the sewage network in Moravia in 1926. And also Prim algorithm and Kruskal algorithm. All three algorithms give you the same solution, the value, yeah, but not the graph. But they have the what we say, the same value. You can use any Borovka or Solin. They use it. So I mean, sometimes they use it Solin because Solin you should use that when designing the network problem. And people when refer cite the article use Solin. It's not Borovka, but the one who what we say propose the algorithm is Borovka. So I mean, Solin get the name, but Borovka propose the algorithm. But you can use any three. They have the same solution, but not. I mean, the graph may be different, but the solution must be the same. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. More question? There are 2 minutes left. If not, I will ask question to Prof. Melly. One question actually I have. Can I? Okay. No. This is easy one. Prof. Melly, network is, as you said before, so important because it will be used in any field, right? In this era, is it possible to connect the network with AI?
Oh yeah, exactly.
So in what sort of connection that we can make for that one?
Computer science.
Computer science.
Yes.
Okay, that finished then the answer. Okay, thank you, Prameli. One more question. 1 minute left. Pak Dekan, short question, Pak Dekan. Okay, 1 minute left.
Thank you. I have no introduce myself because everyone already know me. My short question, it is any like novelty equation, I mean, to measure biochemical reaction because of biochemical reaction rate, I mean, because of sometimes in biology, we still face by the problem the efficiency process is could not increase up to 80%, for example. It is a big question for biochemists like me. Why in the cell biochemical reaction, for example, could not achieve 100% in efficiency, for example? Is any mathematic model to make it in connected with the Ibu Rini explanation, for example, to obtain the high produce of the gas, for example, or bioethanol, we never achieve 100%. So it is any your suggestion, for example, with this mathematic equation, we can what is yes finishing this problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that is a good question, yeah. And also make me thinking. What is in my mind is we can first is represent what is the problem. We can represent it using the graph theory. Look at your problem. For example, the chemical, is that chemical compound or chemical what reaction? Use it as the graph theory, and then maybe in my opinion, I don't know what is your problem, but we can take like a cluster and then cluster, or how many percent, and then using the maybe the degree constant or what, using the what you say associate analysis, associate yeah, you can do I mean like that. Which one you can do it? Maybe, yeah, we can, when we can sit together looking at your problem, maybe we can solve it, hopefully. Okay.
Excellent, excellent.
Okay, thank you.
Time's up. Thank you, Prof. Melly. Let's give a big applause to Prof. Melly. Thank you, Prof. Melly. Now we are going to have the third speaker, but since he is unable to come over to Indonesia, he will give presentation online. Hello, Yunusa? Yunusa? Are you
Yes,
online
I'm
yet?
hearing you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, Yunusa. Alhamdulillah. So, thank you, Prof. Yunusa. I met him in 2014 in Mauritius, South Africa, Africa continent. And Alhamdulillah, this year, he is happy to give us a lecture about the polymer engineering technology. Before he give us the presentation, I'll read his CV shortly. He graduated in 2016 from, 2006 from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Mineral, Saudi Arabia. And currently he is associate professor, soon to be a full professor, right, Yunusa? Inshallah.
I'm already one, actually.
Okay, thank you. Hopefully, yeah, I pray for you.
Thank you.
Currently, he is in the Department of Chemical Engineering, Jubail Industrial College in in Jubail. Yunisa, you have only 30 minutes to give the presentation, and then 5 minutes for question and answer. Sorry, because the time constraint, Yunisa. Now time is used, Yunisa. Thank you. Are you going to run by yourself, the PPT? Okay.
Can you see my presentation?
Not yet, not yet. Can you start it?
Can you see it now?
Not yet. Still a white monitor.
I've already shared it.
Really?
Yeah, it's already shared.
Not yet. Even in the laptop here, it's not present yet. It's not appear yet.
Okay, let me go back to the presentation. Sorry.
Just use slideshow, Yunisa.
Yeah, I've just done that. Stop. Share.
Or can we run for you here? You just
Yeah, can you run the one you have? Yeah, better.
Okay, okay. Udah. Okay, like this.
Is still available now or still? Can you see it?
No, not yet.
Okay,
like this.
Can you share from your
can
side?
you can slideshow first and then share the Zoom.
Can you see it now?
Yes, correct. Okay, excellent. Thank you. You start now. My start.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to give presentation. As has been said, my name is Dr. Yunus Omar from Jubail Industrial College. I wish to thank the organizing committee for the organization of this 5th International Conference on Applied Science, Mathematics, and Information 2024. My thanks goes to the Hadi, Professor Hadi, the moderator, for giving me this opportunity to give presentation. Good morning. This is 7 o'clock a.m. in Jubail here, Saudi Arabia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My presentation, I will be talking about the density functional theory, a reliable method for the computation of molecular structure, conformational preference, and molecular spectroscopy of very important organic compounds. I will give presentation will be based on the following outlines. I will talk briefly about the role of computational chemistry, and then I will talk little about the density functional theory, which is the method that is being utilized for my computational studies. And then I will give examples of some of our how the DFT method is used to predict different organic compounds. And then this will be ended by a brief conclusion. Now, when you talk about computational chemistry in general, it has play a vital role in advancing the principle of green chemistry, and it has been in complementary the experimentalist. So there are several ways where computational method chemistry has been used, especially when you look at the molecular simulation, or you look at reducing experimental work, where computational chemists can help in reducing experimental work, where some of the researches can be done without going into the lab, or complementary what is being done in the lab. And then it is also used in prediction of reactivity. Researchers have used that a lot. And it is also used to understand reaction mechanism. This is more important when you talk about organic compounds, where reaction take place in different steps. And then it is also used to determine solvents that are suitable for many processes. And then the last one, of course, is when it comes to drug design, the computational chemistry becomes a very valuable tool in drug design. Now, there are several methods that are used in computational chemistry, but I'm very much familiar or utilizing the density functional theory. And this is the most widely used computational method in quantum chemistry. And it is based on the fact or the concept that electron density rather than wave function, making it more computationally more efficient for system with a large number of electrons. And most of the molecules I'm dealing with are organic compounds that have huge or large number of electrons. And there are so many softwares that are available to perform density functional theory. We have the Gaussian, we have the VASAP, we have the quantum espresso. But most of my calculations I use or rely on the Gaussian program package. Now, while the DFT is used widely, it also has some limitation. And when it comes to the interaction with, when it comes to the issue of van der Waals forces, these are usually underestimated. And therefore, when you carry out, for example, vibrational spectroscopy calculation, sometimes you need to use a scaling factor in order to be in line with the experimental data. But our study in general have shown that DFT method has given a very accurate and reliable description of the molecular structures, the vibrational frequency, and the electronic properties of many organic compounds. Now, some of these were already published. For example, we published the tetraphenyl ammonium and its boron aluminum gallium derivatives. We also look at the camphitenol, which are analgesics drugs. We have favipiravir and its structural analogs, which is mainly used, one of the drugs that were used for the COVID-19. And we also look at tetracyanocyanidine, which is a very an important compound. We also look at acetanilide and tramadol. Now, all these compounds were successfully studied using density functional theory method. And I'm going to share some of the findings we have in utilizing the density functional theory for some important organic compounds. So with that, I've selected just few of them, which is one of them is the tetraphenyl ammonium, and it's boron, aluminum, gallium, and it's basically group 13, group 14, and group 15 are derivatives. Now, when you look at this class of compounds, the class of compounds here is we have the compounds contain a central atom, which is either from group 13, boron, aluminum, gallium, or group 14, which is carbon, silicon, and germanium, and then group 15, which is nitrogen, potassium, and arsenium. Now, these compounds, this class of compounds has been reported since as early as 1885, where the silicon derivatives was reported, but the nitrogen derivative of this compound was only reported 2 years ago, that is 2024. Now this one, which is tetraphenyl ammonium, this compound was reported in 2020, but 2022, but it has been predicted computationally since 2015. Now, this class of rigid compounds are very stable, and they have several applications in terms of surfactant development, electrolyte development, phase transfer catalyst, and ion exchange membrane. And some of them are also used as a building blocks to produce different polymers that have, and also fuel cell membranes and organic light emitting diodes. So they are very important compounds, but the derivative, boron, aluminum derivatives they were synthesized long time ago, but the nitrogen becomes very difficult for organic synthetic chemists, in which it was declared as a phantom ion. But the discovery was done in 2 years back due to the novelty in the synthetic method, where radical coupling technique was employed. Now, in doing this, in support of this particular discovery, we decided to look at the entire molecules and look at the computational characteristics of this compound. So we decided to take on these compounds. We have group 13, group 14, and group 15, and we do the structural optimization, that is to get the minimum energy structure. And when you look at these compounds have 4 phenyl groups that are in the periphery of the central atoms. So what we do is to change the central atom from, maybe we have group 13, 3 atoms, group 14, 3 other different atoms, and then group 14, including the one that was recently discovered, which is the nitrogen derivative. Now, it was discovered that the phenyl ring all have a planar structure, but they have with different orientation. Now, when we do our result, all our results have shown that they are a complete agreement with experimental available electron diffraction and X-ray crystallographic value. Now, these compounds, as I said, they are highly strained, but at the same time could be synthesized. And this gives the synthetic organic chemist the boost to go into more of the synthesis of these organic compounds. And then we look at the energy profile of these compounds. And this you have here on the left side, you have the energy profile, group 13, group 14, and group 15. All have the same trend. For example, when you go down the group, the stability of the molecule increases, but across the period, the stability is, the changes is very little. And we discovered that the cation, of course, group 13 are usually an anion, and group 14 are neutral, and group 15 derivatives are positive, which means they are cation. Now, the cation are the most energetically favored compared to the neutral one and the anionic counterparts. Now we look at the electronic properties of these compounds, and this give us idea about the UV visible electronic prediction properties of this compound. And we determine the HUMO and LUMO, and generally the HUMO and LUMO of this compound are usually spread over the molecules. So what you see here we have used the HUMO and LUMO to calculate to predict the ionization potential, the electron affinities, the chemical stability, and the chemical potential, chemical softness of this particular compound. And it is concluded that the germanium derivative is the most stable of these compounds because it has the highest LUMO energy gap. And when you look at the substitution did not affect the lambda max of this compound. The only thing is they have the same UV pattern. The only difference is just the intensity of the spectrum. Now we look at the vibrational IR spectra, which is also predicted using a Gaussian package, and they all have similar pattern, especially because the main functional group here is the phenyl groups, the 4 tetraphenyl groups, and all the molecules have similar infrared pattern, which is dominated by the high absorption peak of CH at almost 3,000 per centimeter. So basically, this class of compounds have the same or similar infrared pattern. And this brings me to the second molecule, which is the benzyl. Now, the benzyl is a dicarbonyl system where you have the two OH group adjacent to each other. Now, this poses an interesting chemistry that needs to be investigated because this molecule have the tendency to have the rotation around the carbonyl, the two carbonyl functional groups. Now, this molecule is very important in terms of polymer chemistry because they are used as a photoinitiator for polymerization reaction. They are also used in coordination chemistry as a ligand, and they also use in pharmaceutical products. But these are all alpha dicarbonyl compounds, which means that they have the two CO group adjacent to each other, and this poses the possibility of having the oxygen to be on the same side, which is cis, or the oxygen to be on the different side, which is trans. Now, prior to this, we have organic compounds that have a similar structure, which means that they are alpha dicarbonyl, which means that they have two carbonyl group adjacent. And a typical example of is glyoxal. Now, glyoxal was predicted to be in trans, where oxygen is trans, and then oxygen is cis. This molecule was predicted to have the mixture of, to be an equivalent mixture of the trans and the cis. Now, once the hydrogen is replaced, one of the hydrogens of the glyoxal are replaced with a heavier group, which is methyl, CH3, only the trans was reported. Now, once it is replaced with chlorine, halogens, and bromine, the gauge form was reported, which means that the substitution usually determine the geometry of the molecule. Now, what we try to study is what will be the effect of the phenyl group. Now, the phenyl group will possess what we call the steric factor and also the electronic factor, because it has the phenyl groups they are in conjugation with the carbonyl group. So we decided to carry out the DFT study of these molecules to determine the stability of this molecule in a different medium. So what we discover, the minimum structure shows that the most stable, the minimum energy structure is the one that is cis, where not completely cis, but the oxygen group, they are almost 118 degree apart, which we predicted to be 116.9, and this is similar to what was obtained experimentally, which is 117.6. And our calculation shows that 180, which ordinarily should be the most stable one, has an imaginary frequency at minus 53, minus 43, and minus 23. This shows that the molecule is at 120 degree, which is complete cis, the trans, then the molecule is unstable. And the carbon-oxygen bond was predicted to be 1.27, similar to the carbon-oxygen bond length of different molecules. Now, these are the structural parameters, and this one is the electron diffraction method that was used, that was reported long time ago, and then this is X-ray crystal result that were predicted long time ago. Now, our result shows a complete agreement with the electron diffraction result, and at the same time, it also shows a complete agreement with the X-ray diffraction result. And the RMS value, which is root mean square value, the deviation was determined to be almost 0.009 for when you compare the electron diffraction method with our results, and 0.014 when it is compared with the X-ray diffraction. So which tells us that this is a very reliable method that can be used to predict the geometry of the molecule. Now, the infrared vibration, we try to visualize it, and then it shows that you have the main one is the carbonyl frequency, which is we have the symmetric one, which was observed at the 87 frequency number, and also we have the asymmetric CO frequency vibration, which is predicted to be the 92 vibrational wave number in terms of the data that was obtained from DFT calculation. Now, this is the simulated infrared, and this is we compare our simulated infrared with the calculated one, and it is in complete agreement, which shows the carbonyl frequency bond and some other vibration, especially at the fingerprint region. Now, we also try to look at the NMR. We do the NMR calculation, and we compare the result with the experimental one, and the MR result matches very well with the calculated result, which shows this is just the bands or the peaks that were calculated mainly from the phenyl functional group, phenyl CH, carbon and hydrogen proton. Now, we also carry out the RMS root mean square value was determined to be around 0.43, which suggests a complete agreement with the experimental value. And by the way, sometimes when the assignment of these protons become very difficult, then computation by experimentalists, then computational chemists can help in terms of identifying which proton in the molecule is responsible for which peak. We also have the carbon-13 NMR calculation, and then this also matches very well with the experimental value, especially since the molecules look almost symmetrical. We can assign each and every peak to each carbon within the molecule. Now, another interesting properties that we can determine from computational method is the molecular electrostatic potential surface, which gives us idea about the possible site for the interaction, especially in biological system. And usually the red part indicate the electron-rich center, while the blue ones indicate the electron deficient center, which is prone to a nucleophilic attack. And then where you have the yellow and the green, these are the potential where you have the area where there could be a molecular interaction. And this helps, especially when it comes to molecular interaction, especially when they are used for biological processes. Now, we also calculate the electron charges, and the charges were in agreement with the molecular electrostatic potential of the molecules. Now, this brings us to the end of the second molecule, which is the benzyl. Now, we look at the favipiravir. Now, favipiravir becomes a molecule of interest in 2019 after the discovery of COVID. So the scientists try to look at the possible drugs that can be used to fight COVID, and therefore one of the potential molecules that was used is the favipiravir. And this favipiravir have amine group within, and this amine group has the tendency to undergo rotation. And because you have the double bond on adjacent here, there is possibility of formation of enol derivative of this molecule. So the favipiravir has the X here, the X here represents, it could be F. If it is F, it is favipiravir, which is the antiviral, which has antiviral activity that has potential to treat COVID, SARS-CoV-2. So basically, we have F here. We try to replace the chlorine with chlorine, bromine from the same group, and then hydrogen, and then cyano, and then methyl. Then we study the effect of this substitution on the properties of this particular compound. And what we discover is the fact that we can have the molecules, as I said, it can have a rotation at this point here, and it can also have rotation at the hydroxyl group here. Now, once you have this rotation, then this is due to tautomerism, where you can have enol form, where you have the hydroxyl form of the molecule, which is enol, or you can have keto form, which is ketone, which is the keto form of the molecule. Now, this keto form has the tendency to isomerize into another keto. So here we have the hydroxyl group here can be in trans with the nitrogen of the pyridine ring. You have NO here, or it could be cis. So basically, it has these molecules have tendency to tautomerize, where you can have enol or ketone form, and at the same time you can have isomerism, which involve the rotation of the molecule, which will lead to either cis or trans. So we decided to carry out the minimum energy structure by rotating the molecules. By rotating for example, here, we decided to rotate the NCCO bonds, which is the amide functional group, rotation of the amide functional group, and this will lead to a different conformation. And at the same time, we try to rotate the hydroxyl functional group, which also gives different conformation. Now, this is the energy profile for the two rotation in each case. And here we have T705, where we're talking about the favipiravir. If the Cl is replaced with the F, the fluorine is replaced with chlorine, then we have T705Cl, then Br, and then CH3, Cn, and when it's replaced with hydrogen. Now, basically, these are different. They give almost the same pattern of the energy profile. And when we compare the results with the experimental data, I mean geometric parameters, the experimental data give us root mean square deviation of almost 0.004 for the bond length, and also the R square value is close to 1. And this is a confirmation that this DFT method is indeed a reliable method for the prediction of this molecule. Now, this molecule also have tendency of hydrogen bonding, and this hydrogen bonding between the amide functional group and the alcohol functional group increase the stability of the enol form. And that is why it has been predicted that the enol form is the most favored, energetically favored in terms of stability. And this could be due to the potential of having hydrogen bonding between the hydroxyl group and the amide functional group. Now, the ketone form has 2 carbonyl functional group, which of course decrease the stability of the molecule. Now, what we do, the second one is to look at the rotation, where we can have the isomers of the same ketone forms, and then we try to see which one is going to be more stable in terms of the rotation of the amide
Prof. Umar,
functional group.
3 minutes left, yeah? 3 minutes left.
3 minutes left. Okay, so
Yes,
let me just
exactly. Okay.
Okay, so these are some of the results here, and then we look at the effect of solvent. What are the effect of solvent? We see that we use different in the gas phase. The ketone form, the enol form is the most stable, and then we look at the effect of solvent, and we discover that the solvent indeed affect the stability of the molecule. And this is the simulated infrared of the molecules. They are almost similar, and in the case of the IR, we observe but shift into a longer wavelength in some cases due to substitution of the replacement of the fluorine with other functional group. And this is the electrostatic potential of the molecules, where I mentioned that we have the electron-rich center indicated with red, blue, and then slightly electro interaction areas which are blue, which are yellow and green. Now we have diphenyl carbazone. It has different. It has 2 functional groups here. The most interesting part is here is the middle one, where there's going to be extensive delocalization of the molecule. Now, it has been predicted that these molecules exist in this form rather or you have the sulfur component, which is the tile derivative of the molecule. So you could have extensive delocalization, and you could also have the tile form, where you are going to have the hydrogen attached to the phenyl group. So these are some of the possible structures, but we carry out computational method to support experimental data, and we were able to predict the most stable compounds as far as the molecules is concerned. So I think I don't have the time. The time is running out. But these are some of the structures, the minimum energy structure. These are the structural parameters that were compared with the experimental values. And this is the energy profile of the molecules. Where in a different phases, we have the gas, we are in a different solvent, polar and non-polar solvent, different stability in different solvents. And we also carry out the enol tautomerism of these molecules. And these are the results. And I think I will just go into this infrared spectra. This also infrared spectra. I think I will. We also study these paparidine important molecules, and the result shows that DFT is a very reliable and computational method that is used for different predictions. Now, let me just go into the conclusion, since I'm running out of time. Generally, computational chemistry plays a very important role in advancing green chemistry. And then by integrating the computational chemistry, researchers can make an informed decision. Theoretical data give precise and valuable information for complex organic compounds. And now that with the advent of AI, we believe that the computational chemists have started utilizing the AI in terms of the prediction of different properties of organic compounds. With this, I come to the end of my presentation. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you very much for the audience and for the time.
Very nice
Assalamu
presentation.
alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Since the time is only 2 minutes left, one question, please. One question only. Okay. Your name and institution, please.
Thank you very much for Dr. Yunusa. Can you hear my voice? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you very much. I found your presentation very interesting and challenging as well. So it is not possible to ask only one question because with limited time I have one here. It is particularly about the presentation about the favipiravir compounds and its analogs. It's very interesting and that they have activity against many viruses. So my question is there any of the compounds that you have the size experimentally tested or just still like calculation?
Yeah, I think what we've done is there are so many experiments in terms of the utilization of the paravir. Now, on the computational side, what is being done is to predict these properties of this important organic molecule, and it also the prediction in terms of molecular docking. So, in fact, there are so many experimental that has been carried out, but on my side, what we do is mainly theoretical calculation in terms of the stability of the molecule in a different solvent. And also, in addition to that, a lot of calculations have been done in terms of interaction with the proteins, which is molecular docking.
Okay, thank you
very much, Dr. Yunusa.
Yeah, very nice. Okay, thank you from Yunus Omar for very interesting presentation, and it is very challenging as well for us. Now, let us present you with the certificate of keynote speaker. Come on, the committee. Keep the certificate. Not this one. Not yet. Not this one. Next. That one. This one, later on, we will send out the hard copy to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you
It's my
once again
pleasure.
for
Thank
your presentation in this conference, and hope we will be able to meet again in the near future in other conferences. Thank you. Assalamualaikum,
Yeah, thank you.
and I'll give back to the moderator. Thank you so much for keeping me the opportunity to moderate this morning session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Professor Sutopo. And for the moderator, we brought out all the material right here. It's very means a lot for us. So, and all the keynote speakers that means a lot for us. So I would like to invite all the keynote speakers which have been presented right in this room to join in the stage, and then I'll invite to the Dean in Faculty of Mathematics and Material Sciences to hand overing the certificate and souvenir. Let's begin. Here.
Yunus, saya nggak kelihatan.
Professor Topo, would you mind to join these photos? I guess.
Belum, masih ada beliau ini. Ada.
Aja, nggak dapat sertifikat. Prof, stop.
Moderator.
Moderator.
Pay attention to all the vice dean can come to the stage to take photo session. Okay, right then. Thank you very much to all the keynote speaker, Professor Wamilia and Dr. Sinta Wardani.
The next Time TV panel session will be moderated by Mrs. Osi Wulansari. The stage is yours.
Check. Okay. Good morning. Yeah. My name is Osi Wulansari. It's a pleasure of mine to be moderator in this second parallel session. Now we will hear presentation from Dr. Engineer Irfan Ahmad. Before we start, I will introduce Dr. Irfan Ahmad first. Okay, Dr. Engineer Irfan Ahmad is researcher from King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. His education in King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, and yeah, it's a Master of Computer Science, and then he continued to PhD program in TU Dortmund. His research interest is machine learning, yeah, and here is some of his publications. So, Mr. Dr. Irfan Ahmad, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Is it, you can hear my voice? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me try to share the screen. It seems I need permission to share the screen. Yeah. So, is the screen clear to everyone? Are my slides visible? Hello? Are the slides visible or not? Can anyone confirm, please?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
It's okay, right? Okay. So thanks much again. Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to everyone there. My name is Irfan Ahmed. I'm an assistant professor in the computer science department at KFUPM, Dhahran, Saudi Arabia. I thank the conference organizers, the program committee, the moderator, everyone to give me this opportunity to speak about some of my recent research in the area of natural language processing. And the topic here is about efficient text representations for natural language processing. So the idea here is that nowadays in the field of artificial intelligence, there's a lot of work going on in the area of natural language processing, where we give input as natural language text, and we do a lot of different tasks, right? So the question we were asking is that is it the best way to give the natural text as we humans read and write, or there can be some other representations of text which might be more efficient for the computer system to process? So basically, I'll start with the introduction and motivation to the work. Then I'll go to the core idea we proposed in this research. And based on those core idea of some different text representations, we'll perform some text analysis to show how does it compare to the standard text representation. We'll also do some language modeling to compare the quality of language models. And then I'll show a list of NLP downstream tasks, including sentiment analysis, text classification, part of speech tagging, machine translation, to see and compare how does this alternate text representation compare with the standard text representation. And finally, I would like to conclude with some future work directions. So the question here is, and before I do, I have to make an acknowledgement here that most of the work I'm presenting was done with my graduate student, Majid Al-Shaybani. And one of the main work is cited in this slide, which is called Consonant is All You Need, a compact representation of English text for efficient NLP. And this work was supported by Saudi Data and AI Authority, SADAYA, and KFUPM under our Joint Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. So yes, the question here was NLP efficiency. So yeah, we can do a lot of NLP tasks, but can there be more efficient ways of representing text, right? So how we represent the input text plays a critical role here. So what if we can present the input text in a processed way, in a much simplified way, and this might boost the performance somehow. So in this, based on this idea, we propose this idea of consonant-based approach to text representation. So what does this mean? As we know, English is an alphabet system, so we have the consonants and vowels as part of the writing system. But the question we were asking is, do we really need vowels in our text? Do we really need vowels to be represented in the standard text? Or it might be still okay to remove vowels for machine-based processing? So this is the main idea. What we were presenting is that because consonants have more linguistic weight, can we just work with consonants and leave the vowels out? And why would we do that? So we'll come to that. So basically, we propose two alternative representations. One idea, and this is basically inspired by the abjad system. So for example, Arabic is an abjad system, as many of us might know here. So where vowels are not explicitly written, but they are like diacritics, as compared to an alphabet system where you have consonants and vowels as part of the writing system, the standard writing system. So in general, in case of Arabic, most of the people won't write diacritics, especially for native Arabic speakers. They can easily understand the context, so they don't need the short vowels written as diacritics. So we were asking the same question here. So can we deprocess text based on consonants? We came up with two representations here. One is what we call the consonant-only representation, where we completely remove those 5 standard vowels, A, E, I, and O, A, E, I, O, and U, right? And then we have another alternative representation, which is the masked vowel representation, where we replace all those vowels with a special character like hash. And then if you can see on the screen, so we have this sentence, which is written in the standard English called "standing on the shoulders of giant." So once we write them as only using consonants, so you can notice that all the vowels have been removed from that text. And we have another representation which we call as masked consonant, where you can see that all those vowels are represented by a special symbol hash. So all those 5 different vowels are mapped to one single symbol. And then what we were trying to do is we see that can these representations, consonant only or masked consonant representations, still perform reasonably good or no for natural language processing. And again, what could be the benefit of doing that? So of course, there is some research curiosity to see that whether it works or no. But apart from that, there are some interesting possibilities that if it works, then we can have a smaller embedding layers. We might have less out of vocabulary words, and it could do faster processing with smaller models. So just to give an example, if we remove vowels, so all these words in the slide, like cut, go, cat, quote, caught, cute, you can remove them. Can it still work in the context? Can it do all in? So, and if we can do, then we can naturally see that our vocabulary size would be reduced significantly. And this, so what did we do now? So what we do is for all different English corpora, we remove the consonants or we mask the consonants. And then we do some basic text analysis and text entropy analysis to study the information content of the text. Then we perform some language modeling. And finally, we do some downstream NLP tasks such as text classification, part of speech tagging, name entity recognition, and finally, neural machine translation. So let's see some of the text analysis results. So you can see in this table, we had 6 different corpora, including Wikitext, IMDb, AG News, EWT, Connell, and multi 30K. So all these different corpora, we show, so V subscript S is the number of total words, unique words in that corpora. For example, in Wikitext, we have just over 33,000 unique words, right? But if you compare with that with V subscript C, which is the consonant representation, we can see these 33,000 plus words become 25,000 plus words. So we can clearly see there is a huge reduction of 8,000 words in our vocabulary. Similarly, if we look at V subscript M, the masked representations, we can see we can get 30,000 instead of 33,000. So we can see there is, generally speaking, for consonant representations, the ratio, it goes to an average of 18% reduction in vocabulary size, which is quite significant. And in the case of masked vowel, we get a reduction of approximately 7 to 8%. Similarly, if you look at the token size, as compared to consonants and the consonant-only representation as standard, we can see that the consonant-only representation is little less than the standard representation. Why is that? Because there are very few words in English which are represented only by consonants. Any guess here? If you might guess, the most two common thing which is only consonant word is I, the word I, pronoun, and the determiner a. So those are represented only by single character vowels. So those will be represented, those will be removed from the consonant only representation. And that's why we have the number of tokens do reduce by, let's say 3 to 4%, generally speaking, right? But it's interesting to see that only 5 vowel characters take approximately 38% of the English text. So let's move forward. Then we do some entropy analysis to see the information content of this thing. And you can see at the word level, if we do the entropy analysis, the standard English text has an entropy of 10.2. The consonant only, although it is much compressed, its entropy is 9.8, and masked vowel is again 10. So you can see for different corpora at the word level, the entropy is comparable, which means that there is minimal information loss by removing those consonants or masking those consonants. By removing those vowels or masking the vowels. Similarly, at the character level, you can see that the standard English or the consonant-only representations are very close in entropy. Of course, there's a difference in the masked vowel because the masked symbol keeps coming again and again. So that does reduce the entropy in that sense. But otherwise, we can see that entropy is quite comparable for the standard text and consonant-only representation. Then we went to language modeling, and for language modeling, we tried many different types of language models. So we tried statistical n-grams, we tried RNN, recurrent neural network-based language models, and also transformer-based models. And what we did is we compared the perplexity of the standard standard English as compared to consonant-only representation and masked vowel representation. The idea was that if you can, we can see that does it make a big difference in the perplexity scores between the standard text and the consonant-only text? And these are some of the results here. So you can see for statistical n-grams, we tried from 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 grams. And as expected, the higher the n-gram, the perplexity goes low. And also it's quite comparable to the consonant-only or masked vowel representation, right? Perplexity. Once we come to RNN language model, which is the second to the last row, we see that the perplexity is very much similar for standard English, the consonant only, and the masked vowel representation. And it's significantly lower than statistical n-gram, which tells that deep learning-based language models are much more powerful in that sense. And finally, the last row tells the transformer-based language model, which are the backbone of the modern large language model systems like ChatGPT or Llama or other different popular language models. So we can see here that in the case of transformer language model, the perplexity even goes further down. And in fact, all the three representations have very close perplexity. So that's something as a good news, which tells us that it is quite possible that different representations of English, simplified representations of English can still work for machine processing. So then we went to the most interesting part of the experiments, where we do a number of downstream NLP tasks. So we start with sentiment analysis using IMDb dataset. And we saw that for the standard English representation, we can get an accuracy of 85.17%. But also for the consonant-only representation, we can still get very comparable results, a little less than 84%. And masked vowel is again 84.5, very close to the standard English representation. Similarly, we also did multi-class text classification using AG News dataset. And here we got 91.7% results on the standard English. And interestingly, the consonant-only representation got a little better even as compared to standard English, even 91.8, and masked vowel was also very close. So these results tell, at least for the text classification problems, or the consonant-only or the masked vowel representations are almost equally good in performance as compared to the standard English. But at the same time, these consonant-only or the masked vowel representations are much smaller models, with very small vocabulary size. As we said before in the previous analysis, that our vocabulary size at an average gets reduced by 18%. So what is the conclusion here is you can get a compact model with small vocabulary, but still gets almost similar performance. So this was interesting for us. Then we went to sequence labeling task. We went for two tasks. One of them was part of speech tagging using the EWT dataset, and the other one was named entity recognition using the CONLPP dataset. And again, we get the similar results. For part of speech tagging, you can see the standard English gives 91.44% results, and the masked vowel gives 91.16, very similar. Consonant one, you can see there's a significant reduction in performance. It goes from 91.44 to 87.26. But this can be explained by the idea that, as we said, in consonant-only representation, we are dropping the words a, and I. And a and I are very common words. So if we drop them, we are losing those accuracy. So that's why the results were down. But in the case of name entity recognition, again, you can see that all these three representations have almost same results, 93.97, 93.88, and even in masked vowel, 94.54. So very similar results. But again, for the consonant only and masked representations, CNM, we have a very reduced vocabulary size, smaller model, faster training, all those benefits come with it. So then we went to another important NLP task, which is doing machine translation. So we did two tasks. One is to translate from English to German, and the other one was to translate from German back to English. And we used this multi-30K data set to perform it. Now, if you see, we report these results for English to German using the blue score. You can see that the standard English, using standard English and translating that standard English to German, we can get a blue score of 30.56, which is higher is better. And for the consonant-only representation, we are getting 29.7, and masked only is getting 28.19. So again, very close results. And again, if you go to German to English, we are getting a blue score for the standard English as 29.7, for the consonant 25.19, and mass vowel 29.8. Again, why consonant only is a bit lower than the others? Because we are losing those pronouns like I and the determiner A. Otherwise, the results are very impressive in that sense. So what about the efficiency gain? So you can see here in this table that we show for different data sets, right? What is the number of parameters in the case of standard English, the consonant-only representation, and the mass vowel. And we can see here clearly that there's a huge reduction in the case of consonant only. For example, in the Wikitext data set, from 25.5 million parameters, we reduced to 21.5 million parameters. Similarly, the same trend goes for IMDb. For example, the standard English has 32.5 million parameters, but the consonant only is only 25.2 million parameters, and so forth. So you can see that there's a huge reduction in number of parameters. We get compact models, but at an average, we can reduce the model size by 23%. And the training time is at an average faster by 18 to 20% on these representations. So what do we get? We get smaller models, fewer parameters, faster performance, and the accuracy or whatever performance on the task is quite comparable to the standard English. So that was some interesting findings from this research. So as a conclusion, to really have a model which is small in parameter size, faster in training, and it can do almost equally good as standard English, then basically what we can do is we can just remove the vowels out from the representation, and that's something quite impressive. So we can get, as I said, the vocabulary gets reduced, the model size gets reduced, training time gets reduced, and the performance is almost comparable. So this was the conclusion from our work. As some directions for future work, what we did in all these experiments, the hyperparameters of the model were fine-tuned based on the standard English. So we didn't fine-tune them for consonant only or mass representation. So we believe that if we can fine-tune them, so different tasks, if the architectures can be fine-tuned for the different representation, we might even get better results, further better results. And we did not try other NLP tasks like text summarization, question answering. So other tasks can be also tried to see whether these findings can be generalized to other tasks. And also in some tasks, we not need to get back the original English. So if you give, the idea is that if you give standard, the consonant only representation as input, can we retrieve back the vowels in right place? So we did some experiments and we can normally get good results. But yeah, it needs further improvement there, because of course for those consonants which are completely those words which are completely removed, like a and I, you need some more sophisticated models to retrieve them. So yeah, there is some possibilities of a place where we can do some improvement there. Also, we are looking at other similar ideas for other language. For example, in this slide, I'm showing you two examples. One is for Arabic. Here we are showing that how we can remove diacritics and process Arabic, and we can get almost similar results. And not only that, what if we can even remove the dots, not only the diacritics? So what if we remove dots from Arabic, and can we still do? So this was some recent work we did with my graduate student. And the other one was also similar ideas in Bangla language, where we see that can we map different characters into one single representative characters and make the text simpler for the machine processing. And we saw some with some pilot experiments that yes, we can do that. So we can again get a very simplified representation of text, huge reduction in vocabulary size, and almost similar performance. So this is some interesting future works to explore. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and thank you so much for your listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Irfan, for interesting presentation. Now we have 5 minutes for discussion. And now, does anybody have a question? Please.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Irfan. I'm working on the low resource language. Can you give me a brief initial evaluation? How this consonant only representation can be applied for low resource language? And second question, in your slide, you explain about n-gram model and language model, transformer language model. But the result, the best result is come from transformer language model, right? My question is, do you have a suggestion how to improve n-gram to use this consonant only representation, because the gap is so big in perplexity. So I think it could be improved to the next research. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dr. Akmal. And again, thanks much for also inviting me. By the way, for the audience, Akmal is my old friend. We did PhD together in TU Dortmund. So thank you so much. Yeah. So yes, going back to your questions, very interesting questions here. So one of the question, if I remember it correctly, was that how, if I'm working on low resource languages, how can this idea of consonant only be adapted for those low resource languages? So again, if you look at the slide which I'm sharing currently, this has, I guess, it can partly answer your question. So what we can think about, and again, I am not an expert in the Lampung characters, the alphabet system, but at least I can remember some of the discussions we used to have back in TU Dortmund, Germany. So in Lampung also, you have many different characters and different diacritics around the characters. So one idea could be that what you do is you simplify those this representation. Again, one thing could be that you just remove the diacritics and let the system learn those diacritics automatically instead of you feeding it. So what you'll have is you have very simple basic character representation of text. Other idea could be also that you might even combine similar looking characters to one single representative characters, as we did for the case of Bangla, which is shown on the right side of the slide, that if you have similar looking shapes, we might try to just merge them into one character and you reduce the character set. And this could save the need of large amount of data. So I'm not sure if this answers a question somehow. So what I'm suggesting is maybe just remove diacritics from the Lampung or whatever different low resource language you're working on, and also try to see if merging different characters which look similar in shape into one representative character can simplify your text, and it might give more efficient processing. Going back to the second question, so yeah, you're right to say that actually in language models, if you look at the n-grams and you compare with the RNN-based deep learning model or transformers, there's a huge difference in perplexity, and that's true. And that's one of the reasons now that in many of the modern applications of language modeling, people are not using n-grams anymore. So again, if you look at all these modern LLMs, BERT model, GPT, Gemini, Cloud, all those are based on transformer language model. And this table somehow also confirms the same thing, that there's a huge difference between statistical n-grams and transformer language model. So yeah, of course, in the case of n-grams, we are not using the raw n-grams, we are doing some smoothing. So we are using Kneser-Nyes smoothing and all those different discounting and smoothing techniques. But at the same time, even doing all of that, it does not reduce the perplexity a lot. So if you compare these statistical n-grams with transformers or RNNs, even for that sake, there is a huge gap. So my recommendation would be that if you're really interested in using long language model, I don't think so there's a big incentive of using statistical n-gram in these modern days. So it's better to use transformer language models, similar to the modern LLMs like BERT and GPT and whatnot. I'm not sure if this answers the question. Please let me know.
Okay.
Have time?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a little comment, because there are gap between n-gram and RNN transformer, I think we can do some research to approximate the performance of transformer or RNN. So we have improvement from n-gram. Just comment like this. That's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Yeah, there might be some interesting idea. Yeah, I'm not aware about that, but yeah, it looks interesting. Possible research direction that you can do some approximation. That would be something interesting, honestly. Yeah. Thanks much for the comment.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Irfan. And now we have one question from Mr. Chu, from Zainuddin, maybe. Yeah, I will read it. He asks your advice or opinion how to represent text in low resource language such as Lampung language. Is it possible to use your idea standard text Lampung or consonant text Lampung? Yeah, this.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
again, I'm no expert in Lampung, but my expectation is, again, going back to this slide, what we can do in Lampung is, as far as my memory is right, if it's not mistaken, the Lampung also has many diacritics. So what I'm suggesting is, what we can do is we can remove those diacritics and let the deep learning model learn those diacritics automatically. And also we can map many similar characters or either similar looking characters or similar pronouncing characters into one character. So just have a very simple representation of text. So this will reduce your character set. And if it reduces your character set, it might give you good performance and limited data. So that would be my advice in that sense.
Okay, thank you. Is any other question? Yeah, I think there is oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Irfan, for your interesting presentation. And now we will show you a certificate of your presentation.
Thank you so much again. Thank you so much to you, to the whole organizing committee of the conference, and for giving me this opportunity to speak. So thank you so much.
Okay, give big applause for Dr. Engineer Irfan Ahmed. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And now we move to next agenda. There's a promotion. Okay, I will give to moderator. Thank you.
Right then, thank you very much to Mrs. Oshi for your moderator and Dr. Irfan Umar for your presentation. So I'll give it to my partner.
Next, we would like to invite the fifth ICASMI partner to provide information to time we're alive. We revert our time to you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang Bapak Ibu semuanya. Mohon izin mungkin kami dari PT Wiralab menggunakan bahasa Indonesia ya Bapak dan Ibu. Kami dari PT Wiralab, perkenalkan saya Dewi Wulandari dan bersama rekan saya yaitu Mbak Adita ingin memperkenalkan sekilas saja, sedikit saja terkait produk apa saja sih yang kami ageni, dan terima kasih banyak juga sebelumnya kepada tim panitia telah memberikan kesempatan kepada kami untuk mempersilahkan kami memperkenalkan produk kami terkait analytical instrument untuk analytical aplikasi organik maupun metal ataupun unsur-unsur logam. Nah, sebelumnya mungkin company profile terlebih dahulu. Kami dari PT Wiralab Analytica Solusindo merupakan distributor tunggal dari brand Thermoscientific yang memiliki lokasi head office di Jakarta, Kebonjeruk. Kemudian kami juga selain sebagai distributor tunggal analytical instrumen, kami juga memiliki beberapa laboratorium demo seperti integrasi Lab Indonesia yang memungkinkan Bapak dan Ibu untuk mengirimkan sampel demo apabila penasaran terkait performa dari produk kami. Selain itu, mungkin ini yang menjadi informasi baru di tahun 2024 ini, kami memiliki sister company di daerah Yogyakarta yaitu Corpora Science, di mana Corpora Science merupakan laboratorium berbasis riset. Laboratorium berbasis riset, boleh di next, nggak bisa. Nah, oke. Nah, Corpora Science merupakan laboratorium berbasis riset yang memiliki kemampuan untuk memberikan atau memprovide kepada Bapak Ibu jika ingin melakukan penelitian di bagian atau di bidang omics seperti metabolomik, kemudian proteomik, nanti juga ada lipidomik dan lain-lainnya. Karena di Corpora Science ini kami sudah menginvestasikan instrumen analytical dari Thermoscientific yaitu LC-HRMS, mungkin yang lebih akan mengarah ke analisa proteomik ataupun metabolomik dan lain-lainnya. Nah, ini bisa dikunjungi di daerah Kota Yogyakarta. Nah, mungkin tidak lupa juga untuk Corpora Science, di sini kami sedang menjalani suatu event yaitu Ghost to Campus. Nah, mungkin untuk Unila sendiri ke depannya mungkin bisa kami lakukan Ghost to Campus tersebut dan sudah kami lakukan di beberapa universitas-universitas negeri, salah satunya di Unri ya yang akan mendatang. Oke, selanjutnya untuk analytical solution dari kami ada di kromatografi. Kromatografi salah satunya ada HPLC. Kami memiliki FunQuiz series, Bapak dan Ibu, untuk melakukan analisa organik, senyawa-senyawa organik. Itu bisa menggunakan FunQuiz dan ada beberapa series. Untuk limit deteksi yang jauh lebih rendah, Bapak dan Ibu bisa menggunakan mass spectrometer atau high resolution mass spectrometer yang tadi digunakan untuk omic analisis seperti HRMS kami ada di Orbitab series 120, 240 dan 480 di mana kalau MS biasa Bapak dan Ibu hanya mendapatkan satu angka desimal dari M per Z senyawa tersebut. Sedangkan ketika menggunakan HRMS Bapak dan Ibu bisa mendapatkan 5 angka desimal dari senyawa tersebut. Jadi kalau MS itu nominal mass, sedangkan HRMS adalah exact mass-nya. Jadi lebih sensitif dan lebih selektif lagi. Kemudian kromatografi lain kami ada GC, gas kromatografi, di mana untuk analisa organik yang senyawanya bersifat volatile, kemudian bisa ditandemkan dengan GC-MS ataupun GC-MS-MS. Jadi terkait limit deteksi analisa organik bisa ditandemkan dengan GC-MS 7610 ataupun GC-MS-MS 9610. Nah, bagaimana untuk analisa unsurnya? Itu bisa menggunakan beberapa instrumen Bapak dan Ibu. Jika unsur tersebut bisa dikatakan sebagai unsur renik. Yang pertama bisa menggunakan AS, kami di sini ada 3000 series. Kemudian ICP-OIS, kami ada iCap Pro dan ICP-MS, baik itu single quadrupole ataupun triple quadrupole di iCap RQ dan iCap TQ. Kemudian selain dari kromatografi, kami juga memprovide beberapa sampel preparation yang mendukung untuk proses preparasi sampel sebelum masuk diinjeksikan ke dalam kromatografi. Seperti sampel preparation ekstreva, jadi ekstreva ini bisa melakukan extraction dan evaporasi dalam satu sistem sekaligus secara otomatis. Atau mungkin bisa dilakukan autotrace 280 yaitu ekstraksi liquid-liquid secara otomatis dan dilengkapi dengan beberapa nitrogen evaporator baik itu dalam vakum sistem ataupun dalam manual sistem. Nah, yang tidak kalah penting juga kami memiliki sistem spektroskopi seperti spektrofotometer, itu ada di Orion Aquamet dan Evolution Series. Kemudian di tingkatan atasnya lagi kami memiliki discrete analyzer, di mana mungkin discrete analyzer ini jika melakukan analisa menggunakan spektro, Bapak dan Ibu harus melakukan reaksi kompleks secara manual di luar sistem ya. Nah, sedangkan ketika menggunakan discrete analyzer, Bapak dan Ibu cukup menyiapkan regen-regennya saja dalam volume yang cukup sedikit dalam mikroliter, kemudian dimasukkan ke dalam sistem dan sistem akan melakukan reaksi kompleks itu secara otomatis. Kemudian dari wet chemistry juga kami tetap memprovide dari segi pH meter, conductivity, turbidi, dan beberapa jenis titrator lainnya, bisa titrator untuk asam basa atau titrator untuk jenis-jenis metode lainnya. Dan tidak kalah penting juga kalau ada kromatografi, kami juga memprovide untuk consumable-nya ya Bapak dan Ibu. Jadi mungkin ada HPLC, GC existing-nya, ataupun tadi AS, kami memprovide untuk beberapa consumable seperti kolom GC, kolom LC, file, shearing filter, dan lain-lain yang memungkinkan digunakan untuk melengkapi proses preparasi atau proses injeksi. Dan tidak kalah penting juga kami sudah sebagai distributor untuk reagen, jadi mungkin reagen masih ada beberapa yang lain. Nah, kami ada di Thermo Fisher. Jadi selain analytical instrument, kami juga memprovide untuk reagennya. Nah, mungkin ini sekilas saja terkait aplikasi apa saja yang bisa dilakukan, baik di HPLC, GC, dan lain-lainnya. Untuk HPLC kami ada 4 tipe, jadi tergantung dari kapasitas pressure-nya. Nah, yang pertama ini untuk analisa aflatoksin atau mikotoksin. Ini bisa dilakukan menggunakan HPLC dengan beberapa preparasi. Kemudian selain aflatoksin, kami juga melakukan analisa amino acid. Jadi mungkin ada penelitian terkait amino acid bisa menggunakan fluorescence detector atau menggunakan MS. Setelah itu, ini contoh gambar untuk hasilnya Bapak dan Ibu berupa kromatogram. Setelah itu ada multivitamin, karena multivitamin ini bisa vitamin yang larut air dan larut lemak, jadi akan ada 2 kondisi analisa yang berbeda dan bisa dilakukan menggunakan Van Quist Duo, di mana satu instrumen terdiri dari 2 sistem yang independen, yang terpisah, tidak saling mengganggu. Contohnya hasilnya seperti ini, bisa mendapatkan yang water soluble vitamins dan ada fat soluble vitamins. Selanjutnya analisa aditif, zat-zat aditif seperti pemanis, pengawet, dan lain-lainnya, BTP ya, bahan tambahan pangan, bisa dilakukan juga menggunakan HPLC, dan termasuk analisa pewarna atau dyes, baik itu di makanan atau mungkin di beberapa sampel tekstil atau limbah tekstil. Selanjutnya untuk GC dan GCMS, kami memiliki produk lain di Trace 1610 dengan dilengkapi MS dan autosamplernya. Untuk aplikasinya yang paling banyak di GC salah satunya adalah essential oil ya, terkait analisa essential oil karena mudah menguap, jadi bisa dilakukan di GC dengan detektor FID. Kemudian ada juga beberapa analisa lain seperti cinnamon oil, citronellal, dan lain-lain. Dan selanjutnya bisa melakukan analisa fatty acid Bapak dan Ibu. Jadi mungkin untuk aplikasi yang penelitiannya terkait pangan, dan selain itu juga bisa melakukan analisa pestisida. Jadi residual pestisida biasanya limitnya sangat kecil. Nah, itu bisa ditrace menggunakan GCFID ataupun GC dengan detektor MS. Oke, ini contohnya. Contoh beberapa aplikasi untuk pestisida, karena jenis pestisida juga banyak. Kemudian yang tidak kalah penting yang sedang ramai di Indonesia adalah analisa halal. Jadi selain menggunakan LC-HRMS untuk analisa halal, itu bisa juga targetnya adalah alkohol, yaitu etanol. Nah, itu sudah dilakukan di beberapa tempat menggunakan GC FID menggunakan autosampler headspace dan dicapai untuk mendapatkan target etanol. Nah, selanjutnya untuk AS dan ICP, untuk AS kami ada di AS 3000 series, jadi ada yang flame dan ada yang graphite furnace, dan bahkan kami juga memiliki yang dual atomizer. Jadi satu unit itu terdiri dari 2 atomizer, yang flame dan furnace, dan bisa dilakukan analisa secara simultan, secara otomatis. Nah, ini perbedaannya untuk flame dan furnace atau graphite furnace, dan untuk aplikasinya sangat luas Bapak dan Ibu. Ini beberapa contoh aplikasi menggunakan flame AS dan graphite furnace adalah analisa trace elemen di dalam madu. Nah, ini ada beberapa targetnya untuk di flame dan furnace berbeda. Kemudian untuk analisa di air atau untuk unsur antimoni juga bisa dilakukan menggunakan AAS, baik itu flame ataupun menggunakan furnace. Nah, itu contoh dari tampilan graphite furnace TV yang bisa dipantau langsung oleh software. Kemudian untuk ICP juga analisanya banyak. Ini salah satunya adalah analisa untuk beberapa unsur di dalam air, dan ini ada banyak sekali unsurnya. Perbedaannya AAS dan ICP, cukup signifikan Bapak dan Ibu. Jadi kalau AHS analisanya masih secara sekuensial, kalau Bapak dan Ibu punya 10 parameter maka harus melakukan preparasi 10 yang berbeda juga. Sedangkan untuk ICP ketika analisanya itu 10 parameter atau lebih berarti cukup 1 kali preparasi, nanti pembacaannya akan mendapatkan yang simultan. Nah, itu perbedaannya terkait load sampel. Jadi logam yang dicapai di ICP tentunya akan lebih banyak dan ini contoh hasil pembacaan dari beberapa logam. Untuk ICP OIS di food and beverage juga ada targetnya dan untuk ICP MS limit deteksi yang jauh lebih kecil diperlukan itu bisa dibaca menggunakan ICP MS baik itu single ataupun triple quadruple. Nah, kemudian untuk sampel preparasi dan spektroskopi, yang pertama untuk spektroskopinya di sini Bapak dan Ibu bisa menggunakan evolution series untuk UV DRS. Jadi untuk melihat band gap dari suatu senyawa atau sesuatu material ya, apakah itu material yang konduktor ataupun yang non konduktor. Jadi bisa dibaca langsung melalui spektroskopi dari UV vis DRS. Kemudian untuk discrete analyzer, itu discrete analyzer tadi saya sampaikan suatu spektro yang proses reaksinya otomatis, jadi tidak dilakukan secara manual di luar. Targetnya sangat banyak Bapak dan Ibu, jadi kalau tidak bisa baca di spektro, kemudian harus membaca lagi di pH, itu bisa langsung dilakukan pembacaannya dengan discrete analyzer tersebut. Nah, ini contoh analisa discrete analyzer-nya. Kemudian di sebelah sana ada beberapa pendukungnya seperti cuvette sampel. Kemudian untuk reagennya juga sudah ada ready to use. Jadi Bapak dan Ibu tidak perlu meracik reagen lagi secara manual. Kemudian untuk sampel preparasi extreva atau extraction dan evaporation process, di sini Xreva mampu mengcover sekitar 16 vessel. Jadi akan ada 4 sequence, 4 metode yang bisa dijalankan baik itu metodenya bersama atau metode yang berbeda. Dari masing-masing batch tersebut terdiri dari 4 vessel. Jadi totalnya ada 16. Dari proses ekstraksi katakanlah Bapak dan Ibu memiliki sampel yang harus diekstraksi terlebih dahulu sebelum dianalisa. Ini dimasukkan ke dalam Xreva menggunakan solvent yang sesuai dengan metode tertentu, itu akan melakukan ekstraksi. Setelah melakukan ekstraksi, mendapatkan hasil ekstraksinya, itu tentunya masih ada campuran dengan pelarutnya ya. Dan harus kita pisahkan lagi antara pelarut dan target. Itu masuk ke dalam proses evaporasi. Nah, evaporasinya itu sudah dilakukan dalam satu sistem yang sama. Sebenarnya Xreva terdiri dari extraction only yang hanya ekstraktornya saja, atau evaporation only-nya saja juga bisa, atau yang tadi kedua-duanya ekstraksi dan evaporasi terintegrasi dalam satu sistem yang sama. Nah, mungkin kurang lebih seperti itu untuk pengenalan produk dari Thermoscientific. Terima kasih banyak. Dan tadi ada titip pesan dari Mbak Adita bahwa jika ada pertanyaan dari Bapak dan Ibu dipersilahkan karena kami ada sedikit souvenir dari PT Wiralab. Terima kasih banyak.
Jadi ini tuh sebenarnya kita bisa ngasih sampel, terus kemudian Mbak ukur ya. Nah, pertanyaan dari dosen yang saya yang tua biasanya gini, berapa harganya? Alangkah apakah mahal? Saya punya list enggak? Ayo dosen-dosen muda tepuk tangan. Awas lo kalau nggak tepuk tangan. Aduh, muter gini aja udah langsung teng. Ada list nggak Mbak? Kalau misalnya ada listnya, boleh kita dapat. Nanti kami akan coba untuk ya kirim sampel lah paling tidak. Makasih. Saya dapat hadiah ya karena saya nanya.
Siap, Bu. Baik, terima kasih banyak Bu untuk pertanyaannya. Tentunya kami ada listnya ya, Mbak Adita. Mungkin nanti kita bisa ngobrol lebih lanjut ya. Kebetulan kami buka booth juga di sebelah pintu masuk. Nanti kita bisa ngobrol lebih lanjut untuk list baik instrumen ataupun untuk mengirim sampel itu tergantung dari konfigurasi instrumennya sendiri Bu. Semakin banyak, semakin rumit konfigurasinya itu biasanya harganya pasti akan semakin tinggi seperti itu.
Tapi biasanya gini, untuk menarik customer, newcomer biasanya dapat persentase potongan. Ya, ada ya.
Siap, Bu. Nah, ada, pasti ada, Bu. Nah, ya nanti mungkin lebih detailnya saya sebagai tim sales support atau application, jadi kalau terkait harga nanti bisa langsung ke Mbak Adita ya, Bu ya. Ya. Ya nanti spesial untuk Unila, Bu. Siap, terima kasih, Bu.
Baik, pertanyaan saya simpel sebenarnya. Dari sekian banyaknya produk, tadi kan ada beberapa cek. Oh, kurang maju. Sini, sudah ya. Nah, intinya adalah dari produk itu, apakah kelebihan dari produk yang sekarang sudah lebih maju mungkin ya dari yang lain? Karena kemungkinan dari FIPA juga sudah banyak fasilitas yang menurut dari jurusan-jurusan itu sudah relevan untuk analisis dari penelitian-penelitian yang ada gitu. Yang kedua, boleh? Yang kedua boleh? Oh, gantian. Oh, satu saja. Itu dulu. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih banyak Pak atas pertanyaannya. Izin menjawab. Jadi terkait keunggulan utamanya ya dari semua jenis produk dari Thermoscientific, sebenarnya Thermoscientific fokus ke arah yang high technology, Pak. Jadi untuk melengkapi keperluan regulasi, terutama di Indonesia ya, lama-lama regulasi di Indonesia terkait analisa apapun itu ataupun penelitian itu biasanya memerlukan teknologi yang tinggi. Kenapa? Karena dari segi limit deteksi, kemudian senyawa baru. Nah, mungkin itu yang belum ada teknologinya di beberapa brand yang lain atau instrumen yang sudah existing di Unila sini. Contohnya seperti ada penelitian membuat surfaktan contohnya. Nah, surfaktan ini baru dari senyawa A dan B dan itu belum ada senyawanya sebelumnya. Nah, pasti kita memerlukan instrumen yang bisa mendeteksi dan memberitahu bahwa senyawa itu adalah senyawa C tersebut. Mungkin kalau sebelumnya stepnya akan lebih panjang ya Pak ya untuk penelitian ya, seperti harus diekstraksi terlebih dahulu, kemudian harus masuk ke NMR contohnya, dari NMR harus dikonfirmasi lagi menggunakan IR, gugusnya apakah betul atau tidak sih, kemudian menggunakan UV vis dan lain-lain, memenuhi beberapa serangkaian. Nah kalau di Thermoscientific, kita bisa merangkum step itu semua dengan satu instrumen, yaitu contohnya LC-HRMS. Kenapa? Karena teknologi LC-HRMS kita bisa mendeteksi sekalipun satu sampel yang kita nggak tahu isinya apa, senyawanya apa saja, nanti muncul semua di LC-HRMS tersebut. Karena LC-HRMS nanti kita bisa buat library sendiri, kita buat senyawa sendiri dan terbaca betul atau tidak, termasuk hasilnya dari rangkaian NMR dan lain-lain, kita sudah bisa dapat elusidasi strukturnya. Notasi-notasi fragmentasinya itu sudah dapat semua secara otomatis.
Seluruh prosesnya ada berarti ya?
Iya, betul. Jadi lebih fokus ke high technology sebenarnya. Jadi mungkin yang belum ada di beberapa kampus di Thermoscientific sini sudah ada dan sebenarnya LCHRMS sudah mulai ada banyak di beberapa kampus lainnya seperti UB, kemudian Universitas Jember, UGM, dan beberapa kampus lainnya termasuk UNJA kalau di Sumatera. Seperti itu, Pak.
Ya, baik, cukup.
Terima kasih banyak. Mungkin dari Bapak dan Ibu masih ada lagi? Karena kami, boleh. Jadi mungkin ini yang terakhir ya Bapak dan Ibu, mengingat waktu sudah semakin siang, khawatir Bapak dan Ibu di sini sudah ingin istirahat ya. Boleh. Mbak, ya Ibu.
Oke, terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Saya ingin bertanya tentang beberapa produk yang sudah Kakak sampaikan. Pertanyaan saya cuma untuk sampel yang misal kami kirimkan, itu estimasi berapa lama untuk mendapatkan hasil datanya. Kenapa? Karena ketika kita ingin karakterisasi atau memberikan sampel dan mendapatkan hasilnya itu, butuh kami proses lagi untuk menganalisis. Jadi pertanyaan cuma berapa lama sih waktu yang akan kami tunggu gitu untuk mendapatkan hasilnya. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih banyak. Untuk waktu mendapatkan hasil itu lebih ke tentatif karena pertama kami tergantung sesuai urutan antrian. Jadi kalau memang sudah masuk antrian masuk
analisa itu mungkin bisa kurang dari 1 minggu, 1 sampai 2 minggu. Tapi kalau antriannya sedang lama, itu mungkin bisa dalam waktu 1 bulan, seperti itu. Iya. Terima kasih banyak. Mungkin kurang lebih seperti itu. Untuk door prize-nya nanti kami sampaikan ya kepada Bapak dan Ibu yang sudah memberikan pertanyaan. Sekali lagi terima kasih banyak. Mohon maaf apabila ada salah kata. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, by the way, thank you. Give a round of applause from the Wirale. Right then, I thought that was more interesting than the material before. So,
Okay, if you need more information, you can contact the team of PT Wirelab beside the photo booth. Okay, next on the agenda is lunch. Before lunch, please allow me to provide some information. Lunch is available outside this room.
after the lunch, the offline participant will be divided into parallel rooms. So, I would like to inform and announce a divided or division about the room. So in biology, in Emerald 1, chemistry in Emerald 2, and physics and scientific in a crystal 1, and then math in a crystal 2, and last one is Ilcom in a crystal 3. Thank you very much. So for online participant, please stay in main room. Our lunch time until 1 p.m. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. Break the leg. Have a enjoy. Okay, pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. You could come outside this room to take some lunch and back to 1 p.m. again in this room. Thank you.
to the world.
Commitment of universities as empowering partners for society. With valuable experience, students can develop themselves, broaden their horizons, and prepare themselves for a brighter journey in the future.
Kami cinta Unia!
Di tengah perubahan dinamis dunia, seperti munculnya lapangan pekerjaan baru, ketidakseimbangan konten pendidikan, dan keterbatasan akses universal, Universitas Lampung memiliki peran untuk menyesuaikan keterampilan melalui Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka. Peningkatan kualitas pendidikan tinggi kelas dunia terus diupayakan sebagai parameter peningkatan kualitas kampus. Dalam menghadapi pertanyaan-pertanyaan yang menantang, kekuatan adalah kunci. Kolaborasi teknologi, gagasan, pengembangan sumber daya manusia memainkan peran penting dalam kemajuan peradaban dan integritas sebagai fondasi. Arah penelitian untuk memajukan ilmu pengetahuan, menyediakan solusi untuk tantangan global, dan memberikan pendidikan yang berkualitas tinggi kepada generasi mendatang. Mereka memiliki kesempatan untuk memperluas pengetahuan, mengembangkan keterampilan, dan menjalani pengalaman sosial yang mendalam.
Hi, I'm Ivana Zakia. I graduated from University of Lampung in 2019. I studied English education and it helped me a lot in shaping my career as now I am teaching Indonesian language at Harvard University with Fulbright FLPA program. Thank you, Nila.
Kami menciptakan masa depan yang lebih baik, berkomitmen untuk terus melayani masyarakat dan memberikan kontribusi bermakna bagi dunia.
Komitmen perguruan tinggi sebagai mitra yang berdaya bagi masyarakat. Dengan pengalaman berharga, mahasiswa dapat mengembangkan diri, memperluas wawasan, dan mempersiapkan diri untuk perjalanan yang lebih cerah di masa depan.
Kami cinta Ulira.
dan kemarin.
CV Pak Roni sudah ada, Pak?
Assalamualaikum Pak Roni, apakah dengar suara saya?
Ya, kedengaran Bu.
Oke, ya maaf Pak Roni ya. Jadi gini, ini tetap di main apa sih main tapi memang secara teknis kita pindah aja. Dan ini ya menunggu sebentar lagi mungkin bisa dimulai karena barusan apa makan siang. Mohon maaf ya Pak Roni ya, agak
Oke Bu, no problem.
Ya oke, bentar ya Pak.
Enak Bu.
Terus berarti perlu di Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good, kalau di ini Guten Tag, Pak Roni. We get?
Ya, ganz gut Bu, danke schön.
Yeah, good. Okay, we will continue to the next keynote speaker, Mr. Dr. Ronius Marjunus. Yeah, I will. Before we start, I will read his curriculum vitae first. I will try to share it. Okay, hope you can see this slides. Mr. Ronius, can you see this slide?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You can see the slide.
Okay, our next keyword presenter is Dr. Ronius Marjunus, SSI, MSc. He is now as educational and cultural attaché of the Indonesian Embassy at Berlin, Germany. His education, he has a bachelor on physics in Gajah Mada University, and then his master of physics also in Gajah Mada University, and then his doctor is a doctor degree from Universität der Bundeswehr München. And his interesting research is are on geopolymer. That's right. Yeah, Mr. Ronius research interest is on optic, computational physics, electromagnetic field, and quantum physics. And here he has many publications, but this is we take some of his publication. Okay, yeah, the time is yours, Dr. Ronius Marjunus. Okay, thank you.
Ya, Thank you very much, Bu Osi. How long do I have time? For how long? Bu Osi, can you hear my voice? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah. How long do I have time for the presentation?
Yeah. Okay. You have 30 minutes for presentation and then five 5 minutes for discussion. Please.
20 minutes or 30 minutes?
30 minutes for presentation and then
Okay.
5 minutes for discussion.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning in Germany. Good afternoon in Indonesia, especially in Bandar Lampung. My greeting for all of the colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction, Bu Osi. And then I would like to share my screen. Is it possible now to share the screen? Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Yeah. Can you see my screen, Bu Osi?
Yes, we can see it, but please can you yes, let's say. Thank you, Mr.
Okay. So thank you very much again for this opportunity to share about the state of the art of my research. Actually, not only my research, but also the research of my team at the Department of Physics at the University of Lampung. So before I'm becoming an attaché of education and culture at the Indonesian Embassy in Berlin, yeah, I was a lecturer at the Department of Physics. Yeah, again, till now also I'm still a lecturer at the Department of Physics at the University of Lampung. So during my profession as a lecturer at the Department of Physics, University of Lampung, I did some research with some colleagues and also some students. So that's why today the title of my presentation is SEN, Semiconductor and Gas Sensor. So this is the content of my presentation today: introduction, basic theories, state of the arts, and the last is conclusion. Yeah, first of all, actually today, yeah, nowadays, as we know, perhaps that our life, I mean, is supported, yeah, I would like to say almost completely with the semiconductor technology. So if we are talking about the semiconductor technology, so we should know that the raw material of the semiconductor technology is the sand, especially the silica sand. From this sand, we can produce the semiconductor material. And then nowadays, to make a technology, I mean, technology of semiconductor, normally people use the wafer, the silicon wafer, as you can see in this picture. This silicon wafer is made from the sand, as I mentioned before. And then this silicon wafer, is used as a substrate, of the semiconductor devices. The semiconductor devices, which I mean, is the chips, which is consists of many hundred, even even thousand transistors. So one of the type of the semiconductor devices which is made on the silicon wafer as a substrate is MOSFET. So the MOSFET is a kind of transistor because there are two types of transistor. The PET transistor and the FET transistor. So in this case, I mean, in this presentation, I would like to present the use of the MOSFET as a transistor, as a gas sensor. So this is the picture. I mean, the right bottom picture is the picture of the MOSFET. So you can imagine the size, the size of the MOSFET is very, very small, compared to the, in this case, in this picture, you can compare it with the fire match, So before I go through to the our research, in this semiconductor technology, I would like to share to you also, all of you. This is the report from the McKinsey company. So a few months ago, I got the information. This report from Bavaria Semiconductor Congress, which was done. Sorry, Bossy, I guess there are some voice from another. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. I will fix it.
Yeah. There is a voice from the main. Okay, let me continue. There was a report from the McKinsey company, which mentioned about the productivity of the semiconductor technology in the world, and also compare it to the demand of the semiconductor technology. So as you can see here, for instance, in China, China can only supply 80% of the demand of the semiconductor in their country. And then in Europe, Europe, for the whole Europe. Bossy, could you please?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We will because the room is so far from this room. We will go there.
Thank you. Yeah, and then in Europe, the McKinsey reported that Europe can only supply 70% of the demand of the semiconductor technology. In US, 70%, Taiwan, 100%, and Japan, 80%, South Korea, 100%, and India, 0%, and then the last of the world can only supply 50% of the demand of the semiconductor technology. So which means that's something like around 250% for the whole of the world need more semiconductor technology. So it means that the semiconductor technology is really the promising technology, and then we have to also follow this technology, which means that we have to also develop the semiconductor technology especially in Indonesia. And then the next, sorry, what's going on? Is it? Yeah, and then this slide also show to us that the increasing position of the semiconductor technology in the world. So you can see here in the era or in the year 2000 until 2009, the semiconductor is still in the position 11, and then afterwards this technology increased on the 4th position between 2010 until 2019. And then for the last era, I mean, between 2020 or 2020 until 2021, the semiconductor technology now is already in the 2nd position as a sector in the world which is needed for the human being. So according to these two slides, so we have to be aware that as a country, I mean, for instance, Indonesia, Yeah, we have to also develop our semiconductor technology in order we can compete with the other countries to supply the demand of the semiconductor technology. So now we go back. Yeah, we go back to the research, to the result of our research that we would like to discuss today. As I mentioned before, there are two types of the transistor: the PET transistor and also FET transistor, potential effect transistor and field effect transistor. In this case, in this research, we would like to use the FET transistor or the field effect transistor, which is developed as a MOSFET. Yeah. Why do we need the MOSFET as a sensor of the gases? So this is the main idea. We know that we live in our universe, and then there are so many gases. There are so many gases in our environment. There are some gases also which is dangerous for us. So that's why we need a sensor. Because we need a sensor, there are so many type of sensor. One of them is the solid state sensor. In the solid state sensor, there are two types again of the sensor. For the solid state sensor, the base resistance sensor and the work function based sensor. According to the many research which have been done with the scientists, there are some disadvantages of the base resistance sensor compared to the work function based sensor. For instance, the first one is the freedom of the sensing material. The freedom of the sensing material for the base resistance sensor is not as high as the work function based sensor. And then the other one is the base resistance sensor normally only can detect chemisorb or weakly bound piezosorb at the room or at high temperatures. And then for the work function based sensor, heating is not obligatory. On the other hand, the base resistance sensor normally needs the heating for the process of the sensing. And then regarding the power consumption, the work function based sensor is normally has a low power consumption compared to the base resistance sensor. So that's why in this research, yeah, we have been developing the sensor based on the work function based sensor, which use the MOSFET as the transducer for the sensor. So before I go through to the result of the research, I would like to show you a little bit about the MOSFET. So this is the diagram of the MOSFET. Yeah. In this MOSFET, we use, as I said before, we use a silicon wafer as a substrate. Yeah. In this case, you can see here, this is the silicon wafer, the positive silicon wafer as a substrate. And then afterward, we build the MOSFET on the top of the silicon wafer. So this is the history of the MOSFET. I don't want to spend the time too much in this slide. So just to show all of you that the MOSFET actually have been developed from one type to another type. Let's say here from the Lundstrom FET, and then afterwards it was developed as a MICE-FET, and then developed again as a suspended gate FET, and then again developed as a hybrid suspended gate FET. And then finally, when I did my PhD at the University of the Bundeswehr München, they already they are successful to develop the MOSFET as a gas FET. So this is as a floating gate FET. So this is the floating gate FET. With this floating gate FET, we can use this floating gate FET as a sensor because there is an air gap. Yeah, there is an air gap between the MOSFET and the top of the MOSFET. So we can change the sensitive layer, which is plugged on the top of the MOSFET, from one sensitive layer to another sensitive layer. So if you can see here, this is the sensitive layer, the green color here. So if we want to change the sensor from the sensor of gas A to the sensor of gas B, we just can change the sensitive layer on the top of this floating gas FET. So again, this is the picture of the floating gas FET or the gas FET. So, and then now we would like to know how is the sensor working? Yeah, how does the sensor work? Because the sensor works as using the work function properties of the materials. So this is the diagram of the work function energy. So what is the work function actually? The work function is the minimum energy which is needed to release one electron from the material. So the middle picture here is the diagram for the clean surface, which means that when the material doesn't interact with another gases, the material already has a work function. So the work function, as I mentioned before, is the minimum energy to release the one electron, but the work function can also be calculated as a difference between the Fermi energy and the vacuum energy. So in the middle picture, this is the picture for the clean surface, which means this is the picture for the material when the material doesn't interact with the gas. But on the left side, this is the diagram for the material when the material interacts with the oxidizing gas. When the oxidizing gas comes to the materials, the oxidizing gas will release electron to the material, and then the Fermi energy will goes down. Will goes down. So it will change the work function. Become bigger before the material interact with the oxidizing gas. And then the right side is the diagram when the material interact with the reducing gas. So how can we measure the work function of the material? Normally, people measure the work function of the material using the Kelvin probe. So this is the diagram of the Kelvin probe. On the lower position here, this is the sensitive layer or the material, and then we connect this material with the electrode. Normally people use the electrode which was made from the gold, or maybe the material which is covered with the gold, and then because these two materials has a different work function, then we can always measure the difference of the work function. The difference of the work function, it's called the CPD. CPD means a contact potential difference. So when the gas comes, to the material, the gas will change. The gas will change the work function of the material, but the gas will not change the work function of the gold, because gold is kind of inert material, which means that the gold, the work function of the gold cannot be changed because of the incoming gases. So because the work function of the material is changing, it will cause the changing of the CPD as well. So this is some results regarding the development of the gas sensor using the work function based sensor. So this is the result from the Widanarto and team. They made the sensor for the nitrogen dioxide. So you can see here the signal is very nice. Because the important thing, if we are developing a sensor of the gases, we have to get the signal, the reliability signal, which means that the signal should be constant. If we switch on and switch off the gases, we should get the same signal for every condition. So this is another result. Yeah, this is the result from the carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide sensor for the hydrogen atmosphere. In this result, my colleagues, yes, use the mix of the platinum and gold, yeah, to detect the existing of the carbon monoxide gases in the hydrogen atmosphere. So this is some state of the art, yeah, in our research. So now we are discussing about our research here. We have developed the platinum-based sensitive layer for the carbon monoxide work function-based sensor in air at room temperature. So this is a kind of little bit history. Why did we use the platinum? Yeah, because the platinum, gold, and titanium. Because according to the literature, we have known that the platinum can detect the carbon monoxide, but the platinum is not good as a function change-based sensor. So that's why we need the mixing of platinum. So we have found out that there are two candidates at least to be mixed with the platinum. The first candidate was copper, and then the other one is gold. But because there are also some information regarding these two materials, and then finally we found out that the mixing of platinum and gold, as I mentioned before, can detect the existing of the carbon monoxide in the hydrogen atmosphere, which was reported by my colleague. And then finally, we tried to produce this platinum and gold sample, to be the carbon monoxide at room temperature. So this is the result, of the sample, After we produced this sample, we found out that finally, when we produced this platinum gold and sample, so we didn't only get the mixing of platinum and gold, but we also got the mixing of platinum, gold, and the small of iron. So, and then we test the sample. Finally, we found out we got the signal from the sample, But afterward, because we only produced at the time with a small tool, which is called the sparkling tool, and then we would like to produce the sample in the very ultra high vacuum tool. Finally, when we produce the platinum gold sample, we got not good signal, And then afterward, we were thinking that perhaps because of the impurity from the iron, which makes the sample give the good signal. And then afterwards, we decided to use the titanium instead of the iron, because titanium and iron also has the same class in the gas sensor material, because titanium and iron, which is also in the group of the metal oxides, which is normally used as a material for the gas sensor. And then finally, we can prove that the mixing of the platinum, gold, and the small amount of titanium can give the signal for the gas for the gas sensor of the carbon monoxide, as you can see in this picture. And then afterwards, we got a problem because after the sensor was exposed in the air after 24 hours, we lost the signal. So we have to also to find out the solution of this problem. And then we found out the solution that this material should be annealed, should be heated only for 10 minutes at the 170 centigrade in order to refresh the sensor. So after we heated up the sample for 173 degrees for 10 minutes, this sample can be refreshed again and also can detect again the existing of the carbon monoxide at the room temperature. And then we did also not only the research in the laboratory, yeah, but we also did the simulation, yeah, for this research in order to have a good understanding the chemical reaction between the gas and also the materials. So in order to make the simulation, yeah, we have provided, yes, some mathematical equation, yeah. So as you can see here, we define some differential equation for the adsorption process, for the reaction on the sample, and also for the desorption process. So and then we also have to define the reaction, the reaction equations which are which is responsible for all of the process on the sample.
Mr. Ronius, you have 5 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So finally, we got the simulation like this picture. We are able to make the simulation which is close to the result of the experiments. So this is the picture which is presented, the comparison between the experiment and the simulation for the platinum and gold and titanium as a carbon monoxide gas sensor. And then we also have done some other simulation. Yeah, for instance, this is the simulation again for the platinum, gold, and titanium sample for the as a sensor of hydrogen gas. So as you can see here, our simulation also can close, yeah, can close to the experiment result. Yeah. This result is already published in the Journal of Physics Science in 2023. And then this is another simulation results. Yeah, this is the simulation of the material Ag2O. Yeah, as a gas sensor for the H2S gas. Yeah. As you can see here, this simulation also looks good, yeah, compared to the experiment result. But unfortunately, I don't have enough time to publish yet this result, yeah. Perhaps in the next few months, we would like to publish also this result. This another result of our simulation. This is the simulation of the mixing of platinum, gold, and titanium, but for the NH3 gas. Yeah, this is also this simulation. Although this simulation cannot really fit, yeah, with the experiment result, but the simulation already have a good trend, have a good pattern with compared to the experiment result. This is again another results of our simulation. This is the simulation for platinum, gold, and titanium for the nitrogen dioxide gases. Yeah. This result already published in the joint conference, yeah, which was done in August 2023. And then this is another result of our simulation. This is the simulation of the sensor for the nitrogen dioxide, but for the zinc oxide material. Yeah. This result already published in the International Conference of Applied Science and Mathematics, or ICASMI, in 2020. So now we are in the conclusion of this presentation. The first one is semiconductor plays the important role in our life. Yeah. So that's why we have to be aware. We have to also join together, yeah, to develop this semiconductor technology. And then the second one, gas sensor based on work function change. The first one has many advantages compared to the resistant-based sensor, and then B still give the opportunities to be developed for the future. As you see before that, in this research we can do two ways, yeah, for this research. So the first one is we can do the research in the laboratory to develop the sensor, and then we can also do the research theoretically or computationally, I mean, in the simulation way. So thank you very much for your attention. Vielen Dank. And then the time I'm giving back to Bu Osi.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. It's amazing. And next we move to discussion. There is one question in message room. I will read it. A very interesting research. I think for lab research is quite expensive for industrial approach. What is your suggestion to lower the cost? The question from Mr. Favorison. Please take your time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lumban Raja, for your question. Actually, to do this research in the laboratory, we have to also provide the infrastructure for this research, which means that we have to provide the lab, and then we also to provide the equipments. I agree with you that it's not cheap. But for the material itself, we don't have to use the same materials as I use, because I use the material mixing of platinum, gold, and titanium. As you know, perhaps that's a platinum, gold, and titanium is a very expensive materials, but we can also use another materials. We can also use another materials which is not expensive, like let's say like a zinc oxide, or silver oxide and something other materials, something other oxides materials, which is not expensive as platinum, gold, and titanium.
Okay, Mr. Roman Raja. Have you another question or comment? Okay, wait for a second. Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Lumban Raja. Next, does anyone have another question? Okay, please take your time. Maybe waiting for the next question. I will ask a question for your research. I agree that the material is maybe expensive. Then I see in your presentation there are some simulation. What kind of tool or software you use for this simulation? Thank you.
For all of our simulation, we use MATLAB. Bu Osi.
It makes sense, lab math. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Because we have to solve the couple the couple differential equation, because normally in our research we use something like around 5 until 8 couple of differential equation. And then when we use MATLAB, there is a toolbox, there is a toolbox for solving the differential equation. Of course we have to choose. There are so many options for solving the differential equation in the MATLAB. Of course we can use also another software, like a Python and so on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ronius. It is interesting discussion. So the time is finished. So we we will show a certificate. Can we show to Mr. Onius? We tried. Wait for a moment. Sorry, maybe the organizer still busy with the others. So once more, we say thank you very much to Mr. O'Neill for the
You're welcome, Bu Osi.
presentation. Yeah, and yeah, we hope that we can continue this interesting research and then in Indonesia in MIPA. Okay, thank you, Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you
Big
very much
applause.
for all of the colleagues. So have a nice conference, have a nice discussion in
Thank
this
you.
conference.
Okay, we'll be.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Big applause to Mr. Ronius.
Thank you, thank you. Good afternoon. Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Wiedersehen.
So I leave this room meeting, ya.
Okay,
Bu Osi,
thank
ya.
you. Thank you, Mr. Ronius. Okay, next we go to another Okay, now we go to parallel session, and then all participants should move to break room. And yeah, for chemistry, break room 1, 2, 3, and biology, in room 4, and for mathematics, physics room 5, mathematics room 6, and computer science in room 7. Again, next we will go to breaking room. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.